everybody. Welcome back to Wappelville. Welcome back to the Shire, because we got some Shirelings here. This was one of the 4 that we did last night. We've got 4 more. Well, actually, I think we got 5 more that I could be working on. Here's the mayor of Shiretown. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry for the delay. That print finished with, I want to say, if that thing had gone another 5 minutes, that would have been out. I mean, it was. I thought it was. I'm getting better and better and better at guessing just how much or how little spool is left. Hey there, Landrast. Nice to see ya. So yeah, I pretty much I said, you know what? I think this is going to be just enough spool, and sure enough, it was just enough spool to get that done. So that's pretty cool. You know what? I'm going to get me some of this yellow in here. So great to see you there, Landrast. And yeah, thanks, Armor Wolf, again. Sorry it's super late. But I think that's just kind of how things are going to be for a while. Here's another one over here. Hey there, Valfera. Valfera, that is pretty tasty looking. That was looking really, really, really good. I wouldn't mind some of that, Valfera. I would not be opposed to some of that. Maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 servings of that wouldn't be bad. I hope that your Saturday was not too bad there. Hey, Crazy Wolf, welcome back. Oh, well, that's right, Crazy. You got some. I know you got a whole bunch of printing stuff going on that you're doing there. Hopefully that is. Hopefully your printer is working out just fine. They know their chow, right, Velfera? They definitely know their chow. Boy, these I think these are also from Printing Goes Ever On. Actually, the baskets and stuff here. Yes, is also from Printing Goes Ever On. I gotta get back to printing or making a build plate of the Hobbits with all of the extra gear and the different heads and such. I don't know if I'll be able to do that after the stream. Yeah, Velfira, that always makes your allergies feel so fantastic, doesn't it? Wasn't it a couple of years ago where it did that the entire winter? It just went up and it went down. It went up and then it went down again. So Crazy Wolf, I hope again that the printer is behaving. Hopefully everybody had themselves a really good Saturday. It was a tremendous carnage-laden Saturday. I mean, it could have been more. Could have been more. I thought we were going to get ourselves. I thought for sure, Valfera, that we were going to get another big-time upset today. It looked like SE-NMM actually was really kind of getting things going there. Yeah, Valfera, I think, yeah, we're not going to be seeing any. You're the ones that have the possibilities for snow there, not us. Yeah, we're just not going to be seeing that. It'll be colder up here than it is than it's going to be down by you, but definitely not any snow. Well, Crazy Wolf, hopefully there was other stuff besides turkey, maybe some of the sides, or better yet, like Valfera was showing me some fantastic desserts. Because desserts are forever, right, Valfera? You know, after a while, too many turkey sandwiches and stuff, but you can never get tired of pie with extra ice cream, whipped cream, Maybe even my cranberry sauce on there. You can't get tired of that. Let's see. Oh, hey there, Grogu. How you doing? Nice to see you again there, Grogu. Hope that you have had a fantastic Saturday. So, Grogu, I think you saw some of the Hobbit holes that we were working on, right? Again, these aren't the pictures with all of the fantastic grass and everything else on them, but we did 4 little Hobbitses last night, including, oh yeah, this is Mayor Bilbo Shenanigans. That is Mayor Shenanigans there. And there you go. She's not too happy about that. Not too happy about that. And of course, oh, we got Farmer Maggot here. Yeah, he's looking out for those tricksy little hobbitses there. Yeah, he's crazy with now I don't know if lactate works for you. I know that it's one of the it can be a hit or miss thing. For some folks it works all the time, and other folks it just doesn't do a darn thing. Now, of course, Valfira, if he had himself a couple of whatchamacallits, a couple of cheese wheels down here, he could be Mayor McCheese. Maybe that'll be the rival. That'll be the mayor in the next town over, Valfira. Yeah, Mayor McCheese, and he'll have a big dairy farm. Mayor McCheese and his big dairy farm. Actually, Valfir. Ooh, I don't think I had the picture of it. Remember? No. Well, no. We said that was Bilbo Bananigans. So I think that. Remember the first one we did? Oh, wait a minute. I know. He owns the big tavern. He owns the big tavern. That's why he's the mayor. Yeah, Crazy Wolf. I remember the guy at the pharmacy. He said it doesn't work for him at all. It did work for Kathy. You know what didn't work for Kathy at all? Crazy Wolf was like the lactate milk, whatever all the stuff that was supposed to be. That did nothing. That was still poison. Go figure, right? Go figure, right? Crazy Wolf. It's like the lactate whatevers, those worked, but the lactate milk, those kind of things did absolutely no good whatsoever. So yeah, Velfira, we'll have to have. I don't think. Well, it will be easy enough to sculpt those, right, Velfira? Some cheese wheels. So we'll just have a big, huge pile of cheese wheels, like literally a big stack of them, and that'll be Mayor McCheese from the next town over. Of course, Velfira, that begs the question. I'm just wondering how many people in the chat actually remember Mayor McCheese, because it's not a thing anymore, right, Velfira? I couldn't tell you the last time I was in a McDonald's. It had to be 6 years ago or something like that. So we don't actually have in my neighborhood. We don't have the chain restaurants. Yeah, no, wait a minute. I think there's a Subway stuck in a corner somewhere. But yeah, other than that, there's no. Yeah, we don't take too kindly to those. Do we go with? Yeah, I'm gonna go with the pink there. We don't take too kindly to stuff like that. No siree, none of that malarkey around here. You know what? I'm gonna roll with this. Let's roll this way here. Is that another apron there? It looks like it. Hey there, Green Fairy Studios. It's a glorious college football Saturday after a glorious college football Friday. Actually, Green Fairy, I think I saw that vehicle that you posted. That was 3D printed, right, Green Fairy? So hopefully you had some more fun with that. Sounds like you had more fun with that today. actually, no, I'm going to roll with this. I'm going to roll with this, and we'll say that is another, like a vest or bodice or one of those things. Yeah, let's roll with this. Okay, that'll work. We're just going to try and determine what we want to do here color-wise on some of these. Hey there, Judge Dredd. Now that's pretty entertaining there, Valfira. That she can actually see where they're going. The Chai Weasel tractor for the Quar. Green Fairy Studios. Well, I'm sure if it's super thick, the heat gun's not going to do anything there. But I don't know. It looked okay to me. And like you say, well, you can put flock and foliage on it, right? Like we did on the Chia tank. There you go. Or snow. There you go. Here you are. You just you winterize that baby. Put a bunch of snow on there, and nobody will be none the wiser. So nice to see you there, Judge Dredd. So yeah, Valfira, the 10 blocks is, yeah, that's not in the neighborhood. That's in the next neighborhood over. Yeah, if you want to be a neighborhood establishment, you got to be less than 3 blocks away. Yep, you got to be that close. That's why, like, even as a kid, doing something like McDonald's was a very shocking thing because, well, we never went there. Because, well, all the local places, right, they're all private owned and everything. Oh, yeah, that's right. Those are just suspenders. Those are just suspenders there. How's about we just get a little bit of skin tony things running along here? Maybe a little bit of that yellow in there too. Hey there, Blades. So Blades, I hope that the stream was fun today. Everybody please give Blades81 a follow. And of course, Blades, I was trying to figure out what Cooper chewed apart there. All I saw was Cooper with that look on his face and a whole pile of stuffing. So Landras wants to go meet Mayor McCheese. So, that dwarven building is almost done. I do think that the resin bits that I printed out worked. There's just a few little tiny odds and ends, and then that's all good to go too. So yeah, we got a bunch of dwarf stuff coming up. Everybody please check out that Discord link that Green Fairy Studios just posted. And of course, Blades, if you want to post your stuff there. And I know you're trying to make progress on your Christmas diorama there. Oh, was it broccoli stuff? I thought that's what it was, because I think the caption said something like, what, I don't like broccoli anyway? Yep, Valfira, it was, I mean, as if yesterday wasn't enough chaos, more was added today. And, we have this too. Wait, let me see here if we can get to, there we go. So there's the celebration on the field. I was telling Ryan that he had to go grab himself those goalposts and use them for lawn decorations. I don't know if you saw the flag planting there, Valfira, but that's the biggest controversy right there. Not the fact that they lost yet again to an unranked team. And that might have actually knocked him out of the playoffs, I think, believe it or not. Yeah, Blades, if you want to post pictures of your of the stuff that you've been doing on stream, getting ready for your big Christmas diorama there. Green Fairy, the well, check this out. See how they're just these little tiny ankles right here? Yeah, they would just snap off. I mean, and also too, well, they're just so tiny, right? But yeah, one hit with this might be enough to snap that baby right off of there. And well, for a second, the Iron Bowl looked kind of interesting. Vandy actually made that game somewhat interesting too. That wasn't exactly just a walk away. Let me see. Green Fairy, you got to see this one, right? Green Fairy. I don't know if you got the chance to. Oh, by the way, we are going to be painting Callisto and or Ganymede. So right there, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that here. It's kind of like it's like oh, post glaze, Green Fairy. Yeah, we're doing a lot of post glaze. And Green Fairy, we will be doing a video messing around with these, with this stuff here. That's kind of supposed to be like a drawing accelerate type thing or whatever. We'll see if it actually works that way. Again, it's just I would just for me, since I already have all the artist oils, I'm certainly not gonna put those away and just use this. The one color that interests, well, the two colors is well the pure orange and then that Hansa yellow medium. That was I think or Hansa yellow deep. It's one of those two, either medium or deep. I'm not sure what it is exactly. But those kind of intrigued me. Everything else is kind of whatever. Oh, no problem there, Blades. No problem. Get this baby here. Now this is going to be, where's my Van Dyke Brown? So you'll see this is going to be a little bit kind of that post-glaze, whatever that we're talking about here. On his vest right there. Like so. Also here. Alright, that's good. Let's do some maybe reddish brown hair here. So this is going to be, again, a little bit more of a glazy type situation over here. Well, everybody please give Blades a follow. And again, check out that that link that Green Fairy just shared there on the Discord link. Hey there, Rottweiler and Sarge. Well, Sarge, you got to be kind of amused today. Right, Sarge? Got to be somewhat amused by that result. So how you doing there, Rottweiler? And of course, Rottweiler, if you want to share anything there, please go ahead and do that. Actually, Velfira, well, I'll send you pictures, Velfira, some more. They were just little cheap decorations and stuff. One was a USB powered star for the top of the tree, which is kind of cool because where I have it is one of those tower electrical things, right, with a bunch of USB things, so I could just plug it right into there. And actually, it's one that you can control with your phone, and apparently do all kinds of different settings with it and stuff. So I'll send you pictures of that. Actually, I think I only sent them to Kathy's family. I didn't really get a chance to send them to everybody else. But I mean, it's gigantic on that tiny little tree, but better than nothing. Which was nothing. So yeah, we'll take something over nothing. Everybody, please check out the Insta link there that Rottweiler just shared, and yeah, Sarge. So the post game flag planting, I guess that's gonna go down in history. I mean, the thing is, when you plant a flag on somebody else's field, then you gotta kind of expect that might happen to you too at some point in the future. But what we got was we got the conflict and the chaos that we want. We almost had some more. It was close. It was close. I thought we were gonna have ourselves some more mayhem. So that was pretty cool. Of course, I do think. Well, let's see what's happening with the BYU game, because BYU was up at the half. And I think we are we're most of the way through the third quarter. Let me get some of this red here on these apples. Keeping that simple. So yeah, Green Fairy, we've been doing this kind of stuff right here. Again, this almost kind of a post-glaze type of a thing here. Now, of course, somehow Clemson, despite losing, manages to clinch a spot in the ACC title game. That was a little bit weird. And of course, Iowa State gets in if BYU wins. Not loses, but wins. Let's do this. Carrots. Going to get some of that. Where's my Indian? Yeah, that's not quite enough for the Indian. A little more Indian yellow here. So Blades, did you just have a dusting of snow today, or did you have some genuine snow? Green Fairy Studios, sometimes like here, because these guys are so tiny, it was more of just a, like you say, just kind of an off-white whatever. Now, when it came to this one over here, it was a little more targeted, right? We did some dry brushy stuff for the blue here, and some tan over there, and then obviously with the object source lighting, and then over here there's a little bit of yellow that went into the dry brushy stuff in that portion right there. So it kind of depends if it's a bigger figure where there's a lot of stuff going on, like our birdies here. We knew what we were going to do with the head and the wings over here, so we did, and even over here. Right, we had kind of an idea of some of the different colors that were going to happen, so we were able to do some different stuffs. Hey there, Dark Horse. Yeah, Dark Horse, I don't really think that one was ever in, well, I guess it was initially, but that one got wrapped up pretty quick, even though it wasn't necessarily a big differential in the score. That was never really all that close. Now, Blades, was it lake effect up there, or is it just regular snow? Because obviously a lot of areas in the Northeast are getting nuked by the lake effect version. Obviously here we live on the west side of the lake, so we're not... It's very... I mean, it's not like it doesn't happen, but nowhere near as dramatic for us as far as the lake effect stuff goes than it is for folks on the other side of the lake. So it was lake effect. And of course, now Rottweiler, I wasn't sure if you were getting some of that, some of those snow events there. I think this was a very different kind of November. As Armored Wolf can just kind of sit back and say, okay, we had all the snow last November. Here, you guys have some. So Rottweiler's got a couple inches of snow there. Now, of course, since it is nice and cold out there, it's in the 20s. That means that my heating system for the printer is working out spectacularly. Thank goodness. I think it's about 73 down there. At least when I last checked. Of course, I'm not actually. I think that print finished now. But it is, it's doing exactly what I was hoping that it would do. So Warp Drive Dude says that in the West Michigan lake effect, about 6 to 8 inches worth there. Yeah, when we have the lake effect stuff here, I mean, at the lakefront, you can genuinely be getting almost like a blizzard type effect, and by the time you get out here, you maybe have a dusting or even sunshine. It can be that level. Oh, that's more of a garden implement right there than anything else. So let me plop in a little bit more of our dark in between some of these flag stones there. Well, Blades, I'm glad that you don't have to. Glad you don't have to mess around with that. I'm sure you are not disappointed that you don't have to mess around with that. So Armored Wolf says that sharing is caring, especially when it comes to snowfall. So they're doing the generous thing and making sure that they share that snow with everybody. Now, what are we looking for? Give me this. Give me this. So, let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do that whole the gingham thing here. It didn't work out. Well, we ended up doing polka dots here. We ended up doing polka dots there. Oh, hey Sarge, I don't know if you were around, but remember this is Mayor Bilbo's Shenanigans over here. But we're gonna have another guy. He owns the big tavern, but we're gonna have another guy from the next town over, and he's gonna have a big cheese factory, and he's gonna be called Mayor McCheese. I wanted to throw that out there for you because Valfair and I were getting a chuckle about that. Hey there, Elite. How you doing? Happy Saturday. So Elite, it was another epic day. Another epic day. Hundreds of thousands of people crammed into stadiums. Hey, Crypt Shadow, how you doing? Well, it's almost a happy Sunday here. And of course, one of our sideline reporters right there going after some lawn decorations right there. So Elite, that is actually Elite. You know how we said rivalry games are different here when it comes, and that, you know, not the pretend rivalry games in the NFL. I believe almost every single in-state rivalry game had some kind of a fight. Some of the altercations were a little bit more serious than others. But yeah, there was multiple fights Almost every single rivalry game had one. Again, instead of the pretend rivalries like you have in the NFL. And there were some monumental upsets today. Rottweiler, I was wondering, you know, if they're going to be taking a look at that videotape. Now, it's not going to hurt Michigan, obviously, because there's no playoffs there. But for Ohio State, if they're looking to still somehow get into the playoffs, that could be an issue for them. You know what? Let's switch this around. Let's switch this around. Because I think there would most likely be like a seam there or something. Which means we're going to go this way now. Go in the other direction. So yeah, Sarge, I was thinking Mayor McCheese will be the mayor from the next town over. I mean, since we got rivalries here, we should have a rivalry in the Shire. For sure. And of course, now I'm really looking forward to, well, let's see, what was it in Ames? I think the real feel was 7 degrees. I'm really looking forward to Oregon having to play, do a playoff game somewhere here, say in late December when it's snowing, or if it's just a nice little balmy 10 degrees or 8 degrees outside. I'm going to continue this up here. So remember with this one, I was trying to do the checkered cloth on this one and ended up turning into polka dots there. Let's do a little bit more of this. Down here. So I want this green to be lighter. It's got to be a little bit lighter here. Now, obviously, the Iowa State game, not really a rivalry game with K-State. It was just a really important game. That was one of those things where if they lost, they were most definitely out. So fortunately, they were able to pull that one out. I did not get the chance to make that YouTube video last night. So after the stream tonight is when I'm going to have to try and make that next YouTube video with the Akagi. Unfortunately, I think I might have deleted the pictures I took of it, so I wasn't able to do the graphics that I was wanting to do. So we'll give that another try tonight and see how that goes. Alright, now that we've done that, why don't we get some of our lighter stuff going on here. Now, Sweet, I hope that you're doing well there. Now it's time to get the little the squares going here, such as they are. And Sarge, if you wanted to share the tiger in the chat, please go ahead. Hopefully your Thanksgiving was a good one. I know that you were kind of doing the belated version of Thanksgiving there. And again, for the folks that weren't able to join us on the Thanksgiving stream where we were painting this right here, there's the Shire right up in there. There's your Brandywine River there. And of course, well, there's Mordor and there's Sauron, his little blinky eye over there. Little blinky eye Again, doing the squares here with the, and this is not the lightest of our light either. We're just trying to reestablish where the squares are, because then we got to do the dark green squares in there. Actually, Velfera, would Grimace be the mouth of Sauron? I'm starting to wonder, yeah, if Grimace would be the mouth of Sauron. Maybe Gollum would be the Hamburglar. Velfera. Welcome back there, Hearthfire. So Hearthfire, more Hobbitses. We've got, we're working on 4 of them. Here's a couple of more right there. So we did 4 last night. Here's, again, there's Mayor Bilbo's Shenanigans, and we have to come up with a name for her. And of course, we already know that's, we're going to say that's Farmer Maggot right there, keeping the eye on his crops. Oh, I got a question. Geez, I don't know if anybody can answer this. Apparently to be able to read the PDF files that you would download from Games Workshop instead of getting the physical rule books, which the PDF files are still $40. I'm not even sure that's worth it. But it's something like EPUB 3 is the app that you need, and I could not find EPUB 3. There was a couple of EPUB apps in the App Store, but they didn't look like the right thing. And I'm not going to sit there and pay $40 for something that I won't be able to read on any of my devices. And I'm not getting any of the miniatures because, just let's say this right here. Yeah, the average price of this is $30. All the individual figures like Helm Hammerhand and Freyka and such and Hera, they're all like $30 or something for Forge World resin. Needless to say, I think you know what my response to that is. So I think we're just going to be taking a pass pretty much on everything, which is very disappointing because I'm not paying $220 for the starter set. Also, again, not going to pay potentially a couple $100 extra for like 4 figures. Not doing that. Hey there, Denethor. I don't think Denethor is doing that either. Denethor was like, you know what? That thatched roof you got over there, it's kind of a fire hazard. From me. How you doing there, Denethor? So yeah, sadly, it looks like all the ME SPG stuff is just kind of priced out of the market for us. So I mean that's good, right? Because well, we have Printing Goes Ever On, we have Diwali, we have Kurzlook, we have Dandelion and Middle Earth, we have Medbury Miniatures. Basically, I did this calculation. I said I could get all of those characters, questionable sculpts in Forge World resin, or I could have all of my, including like Loot Studios, Archvillain. I could keep all of my STL Patreons, like every single one of them, and then some. Oh, Conquest Creations now, or I could just have a couple of Forge World resin figures. Guess which one we're Hey there, Lucetios, how you doing? Actually, I think I have Lucetios. Denethor, it's obviously they've got to match what there's in the movie, but a lot of folks they're not really convinced that the sculpts match what's in the anime either. Let's put it this way, Diwali, I was talking last night on stream about how I printed out the Diwali Karen Doom figures, and they made, it looked like Diwali was the actual creator of the sculpts and the GW was just doing bad copies of them. So yeah, it's again, it's a little. If I didn't already have the stuff, I think that's the big thing. If I didn't already have the stuff, it would be a different story. But we have it already, and it just didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense just to repeat it, just for it to say GW. So Hearthfire, on the resin side, I actually have a pair of Anycubic Mono X printers. Now those are older. Those, because they're 4K printers, so they are definitely older. And then on the spool printing side of things, the FDM side for terrain and such, I have the Bamboo X1 Carbon. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be partaking very much in this new version of MESBG. So Hearthfire, and again, you don't necessarily have to have a 12K printer, right, to get pretty amazing results, because I don't have, just an old 4K printer. And it does what I need it to do. If I was looking to say, have like one of those Etsy things where you're selling the miniatures or something, that's maybe a little different story. We SBG is for us, right, Dark Horse? So yeah, I was again, I was really shocked when I looked this morning and I went, those individual, they're not like the mounted heroes. This is just character on foot. So again, something like this is $30, which it wasn't long ago that a $30 thing would get you the infantry version and the cavalry version in plastic. So again, I wish that wasn't the case. I wish I had better news, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. So it's like, ooh, yeah, maybe we'll take a pass on that. So Licitios, yeah, I don't know if Next Level Miniatures, I think Next Level Miniatures is another streamer, right, Lucentios? Never actually seen Next Level Miniatures. If that's the case, never actually seen them in the process of streaming. So Lucetios, that's what I have. It's the Bamboo Carbon X1. And that is pretty darn good as far as printers go. It is very much a plug and play instead of plug and pray. Denethor, since, well, you've heard me talking about it here, since it's just going to be us playing it on stream, it really doesn't matter at all, does it? Because, well, I want to use the War of the Ring board game, right, as a strategic AI generator. So, again, we have different purposes for it. If other folks want to dive in on that, and because if they want to be in the tournament scene, they're gonna have to. That's all good. That's okay. I still wanted to get the books though, just in case we did want to try and at least see if the R stuff could be used with the new thing. Yeah, with that reader there, I was like, well, because I remember back in the day, it was like if you had an Android device, you couldn't actually read those PDFs. Now, maybe it's different now. That would be nice if it was. Because obviously I just wanted to get the rule book and the Armies of Middle-earth. I would I think maybe somebody else gets the Hobbit book or something like that, and we just kind of look at that together if we're going to be doing any Hobbit era stuff. So yeah, Velfera, I have to, because I was hoping that I could use it on the iPad, right? Because that would be a decent. This is almost like the size of a piece of paper. It's basically 8 by 10. Now, you know what? I'm going to just use the Perline, the Perline Black. Let me see if. So see what we're doing right there? It's almost a little bit like a tartan, but it's not. We're not going to do all the extra lines in there. So this is your classic sort of restaurant tablecloth. Let's welcome in Guardians MH. Thank you so much, Guardians. Appreciate the raid. Everybody, please give Guardians MH a follow if you could. So, Guardians, I hope that you had a blast on stream. I'm sure that you did. And of course, well, I know you just finished your stream, so you probably won't have too many pictures of what you were just doing. But if you got Discord or Insta links to maybe some work in progress things, and you want to share those, please go ahead and do that. So we're painting up some more Hobbits here tonight using the oil paints. We actually got 4 of them here. Here's a couple of more. 46 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever. Where's number 4? There's another one right there. Here's some of the Hobbitses that we painted last night. So there's Farmer Maggot. That is, we call him Mayor Bilbo Shenanigans right there. And then this very upset tavern maid right here, I think. Somebody dropped that, but we have some other Hobbitses that we've done on previous streams. That's Half Pint right there. That's Gallagher there. That is Bilbo Bananigans. And that is Bilbo Stabbins. Thanks, Velfair. Appreciate that. So, let's see. Red Lake, how you doing? Let's see. Well, these Hobbitses, we need Hobbitses here because we've been painting a bunch of these on stream. We actually did 6 of them. This is just a couple right here. And since these pictures, I've put all of the flock and foliage, grass on the roofs and everything. Glad that you're doing well there, Red Lake Berries. How you doing? Of course, well, we paint a lot of different things here. On Mondays, we paint things like ships, whether they're 1/1800 scale or 28mm scale. So we did 3 of these. It's just one of 3. Corsair ships 4 are Corsairs of Umbar. We've also been painting up a bunch of terrain here on stream. Yes, indeed. And our last stream here, on Thursday, sorry, this is Arda. So our little Hobbits they live right over there on the Brandywine River. Look, there's Sauron right there in Mordor. There's the River Anduin, Harad, Farharad, the Sea of Rune. And there's some of our other figures that we painted in very recent streams. Basically, all these are 3D printed. We got Arwen, we have Shadowfax, and Gandalf there. And of course, well, we've done a bunch of eagles. These are also by the Printing Goes Ever On, these eagles with some fabulous icicles there. Ooh, let's look at this. I haven't had a chance to look at this because I think it's getting more and more clear. Yes, indeed. It's getting more and more clear. Our fabulous waterfall right here. Look at that. All of this is clear now. And most of what's in Galadriel's mirror pool there is also pretty much clear. Thanks, Belfier. Appreciate that. So Lucetios, depending on the resin that you use, you could go primerless. Actually, the FDM, well, because I'm using the oils, Lucetios, I've even gone primer-free even on like plastic figures too. But yeah, you can This stuff is pretty absorbent, this type of resin right here. Denethor, or sorry, Denethor, I don't, we don't have a name for the lady with the hammer just yet. We don't have a name for her just yet. Actually, the Mayor Shenanigans name, that didn't come up till the very end of the stream. I think we're at least 3.5 some odd hours into the stream before we actually started calling him Mayor Bilbo Shenanigans there. Denethor, if you could do me a favor, well, obviously, just like Valfera was doing, if you don't mind shooting me an Instagram message with that so I don't forget, because I will forget. It's so cool, I'll forget it. So, Henrietta Hammerwell, that is, so courtesy of Denethor, and see that? See that kind of that gingham effect right there? Thanks, appreciate that. So actually, Velfa, that makes me feel a little bit better then about going ahead and getting the digital files. Now I don't know if they really are cheaper than the books. One thing I just didn't want to do was get the two sets of books constantly mixed up, because I would. And I thought, you know what? If I just get the digital things, um, that'll be handy. I'll just get the digital ones. Yeah, we're gonna continue again our gingham here. We're gonna still get some of these little squares even lighter there. So Lucetios, yeah, it's you can kind of, if you want to, you could go primer free. Again, especially if you're painting with the oils. The oils could do the acrylics. I don't know about that, but with the oils, I would be just comfortable with that. And of course, we've done a ton of Tomb King stuff here on the channel. Also, I promise at some point we will be getting back to our Shatterpoint stuff. I'm trying to get that General Grievous figure put together, so that would be our next Shatterpoint figure for the Patreon page. So again, we're just trying to get in this darker green square here. That's pretty much straight perline black right there. And again, the oils make things like freehand a whole lot easier, because you can, well, what happens with the acrylic paint, since it's water-based and water has a very high tension point, the water actually makes your brush thicker than the brush actually is, whereas with the oils, it's pretty much the opposite. It can actually make the brush a little bit thinner. That's why the oils have that really, really, really nice capillary action. And again, if Guardian, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And if everybody could please also give Guardian a follow, that would also be very nice of you to do that. So yeah, I believe, and I think it's again, the ones that I'm targeting, Armies of Middle-earth, and the main rule book. Eventually, I will have to get the Hobbit one too, because, well, actually, I think your eagles are in there. Yeah. I think your Misty Mountains. Oh, also your Erebor dwarves. And I'm actually printing out Erebor terrain right now, so I guess I'll just. That's a. So that would be $120 just worth of digital books. That's why I'm going to get them in digital, because I'm pretty sure the physical copies are what, 60? They're at least 50. Ooh, can I get one little... There we go. Now, this is actually the first time I've ever painted the gingham. We've painted lots of tartans and such before. But yeah, first time painting up the gingham here, so that's pretty fun. Do this up here. Another bit over there. Hey there, Jet. Nice to see ya. Happy Sunday. I almost said happy Saturday because there was such a fantastic college football Friday. It was almost like it was Saturday. So appreciate you being here. Now, you know what? Let me get some of the lighter white on that part of the ring. Just like what we did over here. We're gonna try and do that over here. Let's do this fast matte white. Ooh, while I'm thinking about it, let me hit you. That's the one I want. Start breaking this down here. Okay, with some of our thinner, not too much, because again, capillary action we were just talking about, that will come into play. So we are working with oil paints here. Traditional oil paints right out of the tube. From start to finish. And any miniatures that we start on stream, they all get finished on stream, of course. Just using our normal synthetic brushes. Haven't used sable brushes in years. Oh, actually, Denethor, if you wanted to share link to your sculpting and such. And also, please give Denethor a follow, because Denethor is going to be streaming soon enough. So you want to follow Denethor so that you're all set for when Denethor is going live. And of course, you want to give Blades81 a follow too. Blades was streaming earlier today. Now, Blades, hopefully the stupid text stuff has kind of stopped bugging you there. That is always ultra annoying, right? I mean, just super, super, super annoying. I will probably have to be dealing with some tech stuff here tomorrow as I try to film the video with the airbrush stuff. There's been some weird pesky things. Again, that whole issue of XSplit acting different depending which machine it's on. Let me hit this over here again with some of our lighter white. We need a little bit of that lighter white along this edge too, I think, here. And we'll do this a little bit lighter too. Oh yeah, that not really very square. Now it's a bit more square. Now let's see if we can do some skin tone, perhaps. Yeah, let's see if we can do some skin tone. Take some of that. Smidge of our orange over here. Actually, I've got Radiant Violet out on the palette for the first time in quite some time. No particular reason why it hasn't been out. Well, we've been messing around with the fast matte stuff, and we also were playing around with the the brilliant colors from Richardson. So we've been trying a couple other different things, seeing how those work. Hey there, Recoil.
Hobbits, spark my
And
gums.
thank you so much, Guardians. Appreciate that. It's like, yeah. So you really don't want anybody messing with that chicken. It's like those crazy little that fool of a toque man tried taking in my hand again. This is crazy. Stealing all the eggs too. It's like I do have to say though, he does make a very fine omelet. Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have said nothing about that. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Thanks, Recoil. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow as well. Now we got to get this going. We actually had 2 of these in a row last night on the big Gandalf 6 here. Now, a certain thing was, oh, look at that. You see, I don't mention pipeweed. Look what happens. You get the big Gandalf 6. So thank you so much, Guardians MH. And again, Guardians, if you want to post anything, oh, same thing there, Recoil. You want to post something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And of course, again, Recoil was nice enough while we were streaming and talking about the juggling flaming chainsaws. He was kind enough to make this design, which we have in 2 things. We got the holographic version, and of course, now we have. Well, here we go. Here's the good version, right there. Flaming chainsaw keychains again. The brilliance of Recoil, diving into the AI world there and cranking up some very fun graphics. So thank you so much, Guardians. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the raid as well. And again, the oils that we are using, here's our, well, now they're basically the big 4. So we got the Gamlin, we got the Richardson, we got the Winsor Newton coming up here. So that's our, those 3 are very similar in price and in quality. Basically about the same. Each one kind of has its own little different properties. You know, sometimes Winsor Newton has a color, they don't. Sometimes these 2 do and they don't, whatever. When it comes to the Williamsburg, this is going to set you back some more. But when it says handmade, that is actually handmade. It really is. You can tell the difference. There is definitely a difference. So, again, you know, the Williamsburg, their starter sets have actual artist oils in them, whereas the starter sets for Gamlin and for Winsor Newton, those are going to be student grade. Just a little heads up. I mean, you can, if you want to just kind of dip your toe in there and maybe just try the student grade only to see if maybe I don't really know if I want to do this. One thing for sure though is there's a difference in the quality, so you're going to get different results. So I would hate for you to kind of go, oh yeah, those things were just horrible, not going to use those anymore, and only do that based on maybe the student grade stuff as opposed to the full-on regular oil paints. So Recoil, thank you so much. Yeah, Recoil, that was just one of several games where you had over 100,000 packed into stadiums all across the country. And again, we had one of our own. That's out there. There we go. Storming the field in Ames. I was telling him that he's got to tear down that goalpost because he could use it as a really nifty lawn decoration. Let's get some eyes on. Is this Henrietta Hammer? What's I gotta scroll back to find that. Oh, Henrietta Hammerwell. Okay, that's it. I was, of course, Helm Hammerhand. That name is kind of on the brain for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, that's right. It's just a couple of weeks away now from the War of the Rohirrim. What, December 13th? Well, and now that it's December, so 12 days from now is War of the Rohirrim. You know what? That's actually Yeah, that's actually closed there. That's not, that's skin there. Well, you know how it goes, Denethor? Like the old saying goes, sometimes to make an omelet, you gotta break a few eggs. Just like to have a playoff, you gotta break a few playoff dreams. Me, I'll use this as a blending brush here. What the heck? Now I wonder. You have to wonder if she's married to Gallagher or something like that over there. So again, Rico, if you want to share anything in the chat there, any of the buggies, any of the rangers. I'm guessing that you haven't had a chance to stream in the last week or so. But everybody please give Recoil a follow just again so that you're ready when that does happen. There's actually little pieces of, I should, here, let me get a little light on these, the seeds over here, the chicken feed. Whatever. I almost forgot about those. So again, all of these are 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. Everybody please give Recoil a follow and check out that Instagram link that Recoil just shared. So Recoil Rottweiler was in the stream a little bit ago. I guess, Recoil, you're going to have to send some screen captures. Geez, that's right. You'll have to send me some screen caps of the buildings that you've made. Because that was, again, that was my favorite thing to watch Kathy do was making the buildings and such. Now, I'm going to just roll with this here. Let's see how this is going to work on our chicken down here. So not only are the miniatures printed from Printing Goes Ever On, but actually the bases are too, because I needed to make a bunch of these ready to stream real quick, and having the bases, I have just literally print the figures, stick them on the base. They're all one-piece prints. Stick them on the base. You can't, doesn't get much easier than that. So that was that. And I didn't even realize that there was the seeds on there. I knew there was the chicken on there, but I didn't realize there was the seeds on there too. That's kind of a trademark of Printing Goes Ever On. His stuff tends to be more true scale, because you can see in our other Hobbits is here. You can see that hand is about 2-3 times the size of that hand, and the heads are also bigger. Denethor, when you print some of those larger ones, yeah, now you can take a chance and print them flat on the build plate. Obviously, they won't warp there, but every single time I've ever done that, I've chipped away part of the base, trying to, knock that off of the build plate. So it's just, I end up just doing it where it's obviously it's done with the supports and everything. It's on an angle. All of these, I'm sure. Well, that's how they come out. I mean, when you take them out of your folder and stick them on the build plate, right? They're all just flat. And I said, no, we better just do it the safe way. So let's see. Look at it. There's 8.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and it's 24-18. And remember, BYU has to win if the Cyclones are going to make that they're going to get into that Big 12 title game. Because otherwise, they are not making the college playoff. So exhausted as Ryan is, and probably really cold, because again, that game in Iowa State, it was maybe about, I think, well, he sent me, I think it was like 16 degrees there, something like that. So that was a very frosty matchup. Hey there, Thousand Young. We always have our eye out for you in the chat. How you doing there, Thousand Young? Great to see you. So Thousand Young, like always, if you want to share some of your sculpting stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour 10 minutes ago, none of these had any paint on them. So Rico, again, thank you so much for the bits there. Appreciate that. So Rico, you'll probably be seeing pictures of some cookies tomorrow. I'm at least going to take that dough that I already made and just cut out some new hype train cookies with it. I may try to go ahead and do another batch of dough. Might not make the cookies right away because the dough does have to sit for a while. Gonna try and make the skin tone lighter in a few places. Then there's also that headband there. Try and make that cheek a little bit lighter there. The hammer. The rest of this. And there's Ryan. So Ryan, let's see, still 8.5 minutes left. Hey there, Doji, nice to see ya. I meant to wish you safe travels there, Ryan. Sorry about that. Well, Ryan, I know you're pretty exhausted and stuff, but if you wanted to share your oil painting links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures by Ryan. Now, I guess the big question is, do you have some new lawn decor in the form of some nice giant yellow goalposts? I'm sure you could just strap those onto the roof and nobody would notice. Nobody would notice at all. Wouldn't be the least bit suspicious, a vehicle driving down the road with giant yellow poles strapped to the roof. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link. So they've learned, Ryan, from previous incidents at other stadiums, not to just leave those out there for the fans to redecorate. So let's see. It is still 24-18 BYU. It looks like. There is no play-by-play. So they went to, did they go full testudo there, Ryan? Did they break out the tower shields and go into the full turtle formation there to protect those goalposts? So that was a pretty epic game there. Of course, on the broadcast, there were many mentions of the Titanic, the fact that the last time, I guess there was a Big 12 conference championship there. It was 3 downs. The field was 110 yards long. And again, Doji, if you want to share your oil painting stuff, please go ahead and do that. Again, we are working on not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different miniatures. We'll be getting all these other ones. We're just an hour, 15 minutes in. there's a there's another one right there. And again, everybody, please check out those fabulous oil painted miniatures that Ryan just shared. And Doji will be doing the same thing. So happy Sunday there, Doji. There you go. There's the Instagram link from Doji there. You can check that out more. Fabulous oil painted miniatures so you can see what is possible with the oil paints. Of course, all things are possible. Hit this here. I think we're going to try and solidify this line a little bit more. And somehow, there's some of the chicken color there on thinking we're going to get rid of that. Let's try this again then. Here. Also, also there. Now that's got to be more of our green. Let's just try this. Okay, that got rid of that now. You know, actually can get some of my green out on this. I might even make that green instead. Yeah, that would be... I think we're going to go with that. Again, so everybody please check out the Instagram link that both Ryan and Doji shared. Your chance to see some oil painted goodness. Get this, yeah, right there. Now there's some teams that they did manage to survive today, but they also might be minus a few players for those conference championship games next week. I don't quite know what the schedule is for the conference championship games. I think actually one of them is on Friday. I don't know if the Big 12 one is on Friday. Let me get the dark on that. Right there. Another down in here. Another one down in there. Let me see. Let me try that. Oh, can I get both of these in my hand? I'm curious, Velfair. I want to see something with this film noir here. That is so funny. So that red basically is about the same value as our green. Yeah, let me bring this back here. And that was even just at a few percentage points. You could see the difference now here. Let me get that one put down. And let's we haven't seen this one in a bit in film noir. And I think which was I think it was this one. This was the good view of it again in film noir, where we take away that color, all of a sudden, right, there's a tiny bit of value difference between Arwen's cloak and Shadowfax. but not as big as the color difference. See that you have those warmer colors on some of the shadow areas of the fur there, and then over here you have the much cooler violets over there. So see you later there, Valfira. Have a good one. And of course, Valfira, I think we will be painting some more of our Japanese ships. If I can get more files and print those out, I don't think that's going to happen in time for tomorrow. But I do have some other ships printed out. They're mostly some small ones. So see you later there, Valfira. Again, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. And again, everybody please check out the Insta links from Ryan, from Recoil, and from Doji. Now, Ryan, I don't know if you're trying to keep track of the BYU game or if you're just so tired that you're just ready to kind of fall asleep there. Well, that score is pretty much okay. That's just not very helpful. Unless there's like a 15-minute delay in that game. It's been 2nd and 11 at the Houston 25 for about the last 20 minutes. I don't know, maybe there was an injury or something. I guess maybe that's it. Maybe there was an injury timeout or something. Trying to get some lighter skin tone up here. Is that too much thinner on that brush? Taking some away. I'm going to try to get a little bit of light in there. Down here. Bottom lip here. And of course, Thousand Young, if you wanted to share some of your sculpting stuff in the chat there, sorry if I forgot to mention that. My apologies. So yeah, it's just for whatever reason, this is not updating anymore. It's just stuck. So we're just going to kill that and we'll try it again and see if that helps. Nope, it is still stuck. So that is a worthless website right now. Oh, no problem there, Thousand Young. Sorry about that. Trying to get a little bit of light there on the chin. Lower lip. Come on, there we go. Let me see if I can get a little bit of lighter stuff going on the hair, perhaps. Got some of our Mars Yellow Deep mixed in with our brown ochre, which essentially is burnt umber. Hey there, Merlin Models, how you doing? So a 12-point lead, and hopefully Houston doesn't have a whole bunch of timeouts. So that would be pretty amazing if I know it wasn't looking so fantastic a few weeks ago, but it still worked out. So again, congratulations. I mean, today was one of those days where all you can try to do is just survive. So Merlin Models, I hope that your Saturday was fabulous, and hopefully your Sunday is off to a great start too. Alright, gonna get some more of our light along here, along the hair. Like I said, we'll get to our other ones. This one kind of was the most complex because I wanted to paint the gingham there. At least I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong. I was gonna say the cafeteria checkerboard cloth. That was the other thing I was gonna call it. Well, Merlin, there's a few of us here that do not think that would be a terrible thing. Just like, wait a minute, I get to sleep. That would be fantastic. So that is, if you can do it, definitely do it. Oh, that's fantastic, Thousand Young. Geez, let's see. I don't think I actually have the Hexton Hills tiles to print out. I know I have some of the original old ones printed out. Obviously, if Bithram were here, he would know how many tiles it took Zorpazorp to make his giant map of Middle-earth. There we are. Where's my fast mat wood? I'm going to get that into our yellow-ish ochre as well to try and get the last little bit of light on the hair here. No, better go back and get some more on that brush. Thousand Young, I was intending to do all kinds of foamular type stuff, but then there was so much of it to do, and the printing came along. It just, at least for now, it made more sense to do the printing. Now, when it comes to things like whatever hills to have those buildings sitting on, now that's where the foam, I think, is a much more economical option, filament-wise, time-wise. Certainly would be lighter, and because of the buildings, mostly are just going to be sitting on top of that anyway. So I think we will eventually be making some hills and such. I basically kind of need to revise the ones that I did for bolt action, just to change them up a little bit. And of course, Doji, thanks for the Christmas market photos. It's always pretty neat to see those. I'm glad that you guys were able to go there, and I'm sure you had all kinds of fun there. Let me hit this too. And here. So is there more of that chicken feed up here? No, it's all down there. Obviously, we're going to be doing a lot with the flock and foliage there. Not just, so we're not doing a ton of painting on the actual base there. All right, maybe we can set that one aside for a wee spell and get to this guy with his carrots here. So Denethor, it would kind of depend on which theater that you're doing. Are you doing Pacific Theater? Or are you doing, say, Mediterranean Theater? Are you doing Italy? Are you doing France? So it kind of depends. I know a lot of folks, they tend to gravitate towards the airborne. Obviously, for me, the Pacific and doing some USMC would probably be the thing because that's what my dad was doing in those later war years, was training for Operation Olympic. Where's that blending brush? We'll just use this here. Thousand Young, you know the spray paint stuff that I used on all the terrain. I was able to use that on my foam terrain because instead of it wasn't the spray paint, it was basically acrylic paint that could be sprayed. So it was really more like just an airbrush in a can. So I was actually able to spray paint the terrain pieces we made here on stream. Let me see if we can find those here. Let's see. What am I looking? Oh yeah, that's what we're looking for here. 1 second. No, not there. Not there. You'll be that. There they are. So yeah, these. Well, we have to get to. There we go. The daylight versions there. Oh, we'll have to do this. So see, that's all foam terrain. There was actually sprayed again with the Liquitex spray. Oh, here we can actually scroll to those. Let's not have that on the floor either. There we go. So yeah, that was actually Liquitex acrylic paint. Oh, we also did our cardboard backdrop with that too. Rottweiler, you can make a. Why don't you make a $10,000 bet? Because I might just be sneaking in one of the new Hype Train cookies that I'm going to make tomorrow. And if I use the same color decorations, you might be surprised that I'm munching on a Hype Train cookie, not aware that it's not the 4-year-old version, that it's a brand new one. Well, that's fantastic there, Ryan. Well, congratulations. I guess it's is it this Friday or this Saturday in Arlington for the Big 12 championship. Rottweiler, this is Chicago. This is Chicago. So everybody wins in Chicago. Some people just win more than others, and the one way to guarantee that you win even more is to take out the other winners before they can take out you. So yeah, that's what we would do. We would just since we're gonna be making, I mean, all kidding aside, I am making a bunch of new Hype Train cookies, so that when we have our multi-level Hype Trains, we actually have something to show. Let me see. Well, see you later there, Doji. See you later. Thanks for being here, and thanks again for sending the images of the Christmas market there. Appreciate that. Let's do some more of this. So again, the other one I did want to do, well, basically early war. Sort of, again, North Africa theme, or Sicily. We did blending brush, not that one. I'm gonna go with this here. Yeah, let's use this one. There we go. That's a little more subdued now. Hashtag no layers. So Ryan, I don't know if that means that you're just gonna say, okay, it's time to pass out here, because we know our fate, and the season continues. All you can ask for is just to have a chance. I'm gonna stick with maybe the Van Dyke Brown here. Suspenders. Like so. Maybe, yeah, I'm just gonna throw this dark into here for right now. Then we'll get our eyes in there. Whoop, suspenders. Let's not forget the suspenders over on this side. Yeah, Ryan, now that, well, I have this in both bust form and in regular figure form, so I was going to do the some tartan pattern on this and on the figure, and some blue woad and such. I think that would be super fun. So that can make for an interesting video. Oh yeah, that's wow. I didn't think it could be that much lighter, but boy. Well, that's what we like about our midtones. Because most everything is midtones. It's really not shadow, it's really not highlight, it's that midtone. Then we gotta get some of our orange onto the carrots there. We just, these are all done with the darker primer. Do I have, I think I still do have one with the primer again. So that's how they all have been starting life, is like that. More light on the shirt back here. Also over here. So the video that I want to try and film would either be, well, it's going to be with the small compressor, but it either would be the big old Smaug, or it would be some of these smaller things that I've got set aside. There's my paper towel here, a little paper towel right there. Now we can use this as a blending brush. There we go. We just needed a soft brush with no paint in it. Some of our green, so the Perline black, mix that with some of our skin tone there. That's going to be a grayish green. Some 5 o'clock shadow for him. Now let's try to get some lighter skin tone on him. Again, what are we, an hour? 1 hour, 38 minutes in. And we're hammering away. See what I did there with our little hobbitses here. We'll still have to get the eyes on, was that Henrietta? I keep wanting to say Henrietta Hammerhand, but that's Henrietta Hammerwell. Ooh, we gotta get some of the, oh, those are flowers, maybe not leaves. Maybe we should do those as flowers. Yeah, maybe we'll do, no, we'll do them as leaves, I think, instead. See if I can get some of this lightest light on his face. Oh man, yeah, we can. Can definitely get some light there. Little ears, fingers here. I'm just trying to get rid of some of the excess paint there before we mess around with this right here. Well, Denethor, since Helm Hammerhand, right, is the legendary hero of Rohan, we want to make sure that Henrietta has her own chance to be in the sun there. Yeah, recoil, I don't know if you saw just how much the new figures are. Essentially, single miniatures, single Forge World resin miniatures are $30 a piece. Now again, if I didn't have the 3D printing option, maybe you're just gonna say, okay, that's very pricey, but that's the only way we're gonna be able to have those. But since we have so many glorious digital sculptors, I think we're just gonna stick with their stuff. Especially since the figures, for being $30 a piece, are just kind of whatever. So, because again, I would rather have, I also rather support our sculpting friends too. There. So this guy's well, we already have little Legolas, so we have it's another Hobbit archer there. Let me do something with the blue here. I wish I had the. Oh, it'd be nifty if I still had the ice blue out there, but we're gonna roll with the Payne's gray and the white. And again, where's our? This is gonna be another upcoming tutorial video. It's gonna be a color theory and Oz. Look at that. We got Payne's gray across the board. Essentially, I gotta get some miniatures prepped for that. So yeah, recoil here, and then again, this is in US dollars. I believe they wanted $220 for the box set and $30 for the individual figs. Then, oh gosh, what was it? The digital books were going to be 40 bucks. Well, was it 39 a piece or whatever? Which means in Australian dollars, the starter set is going to be $75 million, because that's pretty much what happens to all things Australian, right? Recoil. It's like, oh, take that normal price in all the other countries, magnify it by about 20,000%, and you have the Australian price. There, a little bit lighter blue there. Now, recoil, I wonder if, I guess, now would you have, is there a group that you could play some MESBG with down there? I mean, it seems like Australia really is the home of MESBG. When they sit there and talk about, yeah, that tournament only had 70 players or something like that. That's when you know there's a strong base for it. And this is a little bit lighter here, and again, it's almost more of a grayish blue. More of that over here. Blending brush. Yeah, recoil. I was gonna say, well, then you'd never have a chance to stream at all. When I guess recoil now, what sort of yummy things are gonna be going in the air fryer tonight? I think. Well, it depends on that. It might be Sunday when we throw the chicken in the air fryer. I don't think it's quite thawed out just yet. This is a cuisine channel after all. Yes, sir. It's not just a Lord of the Rings channel, a freehand channel, a cavalry channel, or an object source lighting channel, or a Song of Ice and Fire channel, or a college football channel, or an exercise channel. It is also a cuisine channel. That's what I wanted to get. It was a little something something on the arrow point here. Again, that's just a plain old synthetic brush that we're using. Our orange here. Let's get some of this on the carrots. This is that pure orange. Okay, that's you don't need the orange up there. Oh, look at that. We could just erase it there. Enrico, I know usually the streaming happens after, kind of like it was here. They go to bed, and then once everybody's all safely ensconced away, then you can try and do the streaming. Some of our orange over here. Yeah, 1 hour 47 minutes ago. These little guys had no paint on them. I'm just glad that they really do match up size-wise. Again, one is heroic scale, one is true scale, but still they're pretty much the same size. Yeah, recoil, that was definitely a standard operating procedure here. As well as you know. More of our lighter orange here again on the carrots. Then we're going to get some lighter stuff on the leaves up there, and then the basket itself, which I think we might take the Mars Yellow Deep and the Radiant Green. And let me see what we get from that here. You know what? A little bit of the asphaltum too. That kind of grays that down a bit more. It's really crazy to think that the Big 12 championship game being played in, was it AT&T Stadium, wherever the Cowboys play, that's actually going to be a downgrade. Same thing with the Big 10 championship game if they play that in Indianapolis at the, oh, it's not the Hoosier Dome, oh, it's the Lucas Oil. That's actually only going to be about maybe 70,000 people there. That's it. That is a paltry crowd for a college football game. That is literally 30, 40,000 below the count that it would be if it was at a regular stadium in college football. Trying to get some of this lighter kind of greenish gray down here. Come on, a little more there, a little bit more there. And a little bit more over here. Now let's get fast. Yeah, let's use the fast matte white in there. Let's do this. Not that big old blob that's on the brush too. This here. Maybe a little more of that fast matte white. So we get to the top of his basket there.
So say we all.
Yeah, something like that. Thank you so much, Chinganes. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So happy December there, Inganes. Happy December, and I hope that you're doing really well. Also, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, happy December. I was able to get a few more Christmas decorations set up today. We'll probably, well, there's still some more that I'm looking for. There's more actually I got to set up tomorrow. Believe it or not. And well, that's just a few little things for the outside of the house, and there's some other little things for the inside. Hopefully everybody has been able to do stuff like their Christmas decorating and such without too much hassle. Whether that's getting a live tree stuck into the house there or whatever. And of course, in Gunnies this Thursday, I'm going to try to do 2 different ornaments. Obviously, here we did Arda, but I want to try and do Callisto and Ganymede. I think if we paint them both at once, first of all, that's going to be handy with the oils, right? You work a little bit on a figure, then you step away and work on a different one. So, I mean, it makes sense from that standpoint. It makes sense to do something like that. And again, I've got all the references all set to go. Let me hit these. Couple more over here on that basket. So you can see we're trying to draw this forward to us, right? Making these lighter. Not so much these back there, but these front ones. So we don't want to make it the same level of lightness absolutely everywhere. And yes, I think we're going to be at least making a few of the Christmas cookies tomorrow. Probably not all of them. Now here I'm still thinking, do I want to go green? Yeah, we're going to go green there. So we'll take Perline Black, some of our Radiant Green, maybe a little touch of the Indian Yellow to keep that somewhat warmer. Of course, Inganes, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, guys, as always, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody being here. Super fun to paint some of our residents here of Shiretown. Oh, geez, Rico, I don't know if you heard about one of our plans for the mayor of the rival town here. So this is Shiretown. I think we're going to have Shireville. Either that or it would be very British, and it would be like Upper and Lower Shiretown. And of course, Upper Shiretown would be the one in the valley, and Lower Shiretown would be the one on the mountain. I think we need to do that, yes. Upper Shiretown and Lower Shiretown. Hey, there's surface tension. So surface tension, hopefully the town is, the village is no longer quite as flooded as it was yesterday. So great to see you there, surface tension. As always, if you want to share your link to all your fabulous oil painted miniatures, that'd be great. Because let's see, where's our mayor here? So the mayor of a Lower Shire town is, of course, Mayor Shenanigans, Mayor Bilbo Shenanigans. But the mayor of Upper Shire town would be, of course, Mayor McCheese, and we're gonna have a whole bunch of cheese wheels piled up around him, and he's gonna own a cheese factory, like a big dairy farm, cheese factory kind of thing. And he'll be the mayor of Upper Shire town. Surface tension again. If there was ever 2 days straight of sunlight there, surface tension, I do think everything would just catch on fire. All the people, all the buildings, everything would just burst into flame if there was more, I don't know, maybe more than 12 hours of sunlight there. I just keep visualizing every building being made out of stone or out of rubber. That's the only two viable building materials there. More of our lighter green here. Obviously, there's plus and minuses to both. We go get this stone down here. Let me see if we can get some of this blue-ish gray out over there. Touch lighter on that, maybe? Yeah, what the heck. Let's see what happens here. Got some of our bluish gray there. Actually, surface tension, your UV curing light probably produces more ultraviolet radiation in Wales than the sun actually does, probably in half a year. Surface tension says that using the expanding foam is not too bad. Oh, and also, of course, again, we've got was it Henrietta Hammerwell. Yeah, that's her name. Henrietta Hammerwell. So again, everybody, please check out that link that Surface Tension's going to post to all those fabulous oil painted miniatures. So yeah, see, you would not want to live then in Upper Shiretown because, well, you're going to be prone to flooding there, being down in that valley. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Again, everybody, please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Some really nifty oil painted miniatures. And yes, hopefully for the Monday stream, we will see perhaps maybe a new hype train cookie. I mean, this one's only 4 years old. I mean, look at all the dirt there. And needless to say, that's pretty hard. The new ones will not they will not be cured quite. They won't be petrified. Of course, one of the favorite sciences there's topics to study in Wappel is paleontology and geology. So petrified cookies are a thing. Actually, I have some of the cookies that Kathy did. Managed to, I think I found some of those that she did on her cookie decorating streams as we put some eyes here on our little archer guy here. So yes, Mayor McCheese, the mayor of Lower Shiretown. Because as Midsummer Murders showed us, if it's going to be up or whatever, it has to be down in a valley. So surface tension says that they live in a very unpretentious village. There's just like some higher points. There's no upper and lower. But I'm sure there's probably a crazy vicar somewhere. Let's get some of our lighter weight up here. Oh, Vicar of Dibley. That was the show that we used to see all the time. And let me get a little bit more of my light in there. Oh yeah, some on our arrow up here. And surface tension, thank goodness for 3D printing. I don't know if you saw the prices of the new MESBG stuff, but again, it was Thanksgiving and we have lots to be thankful for. 3D printing being one of them. I mean, I was grateful before because, well, there was no other way to get them because there wouldn't just be any. That's surface tension. I'm just imagining again the crazy vicar, because that's how it was in Midsummer. The vicar was always insane. Let's get a little more of our. There we go. A little more of our light on the hair over here. Back here. I gotta get the eyes on Henrietta there, don't I? So yes, surface tension. Now this is of course the US dollars, but it was $220 for the starter box, which you're gonna have to tack on another at least $80 worth of rule books. No, $120 worth of rule books too. And then the individual figures were $30 a piece. And I can't actually wait to see what especially Diwali, maybe even Dandelion and Middle Earth come up with for as far as the named characters like Hera and Helm, Mahaleth, and Hama. I think they're going to do something fantastic. There we go. You know what? I better get a little more of that lighter color on his shirt here. Just a little bit more. All right, let me get to my apple guy here. So we have an apple grower here. We need to come up with a name for him. I guess Macintosh. That's it. That's gonna be his name. His name is gonna be Macintosh. Cause that makes sense. Oh, you know what we could do? We could go with the gingham on his shirt. So maybe he and Henriette. Who knows? Maybe they'll both be dating somehow. So Recoil says that the population in Midsummer is it's roughly 1/3 victims, 1/3 murders, and 1/3 constabulary. Emphasis on the stab in constabulary. And of course, in Midsummer, we all knew who the butcher of Midsummer was. That would be Joyce Barnaby. She just happened to be in the proximity of too many murderers, as in like standing right next to them, or taking watercolor classes with them, to not actually be the murderer herself. And Tom Barnaby, his job was not to solve the cases; it was actually to find some other patsy or stooge and show them to be the guilty party, so that Joyce Barnaby could continue her murder spree. Surface tension, I was just say if I wanted to get essentially the characters that you would want, I think it would be 4 of them at least. Let's just say 4 of them. That would be more than all of my Patreons and tribes combined for an entire month. Hundreds of miniatures and terrain. Or I could have 4 very average resin figures. I think I know what I'm choosing. I know what I'm going to choose. And like you say, you could practically buy... Well, let's put it this way. On the Black Friday sale right now, I could buy another one of those really nifty vats for my Anycubic Mono X. A nice little backup substitute vat. Wouldn't mind having another one of those. Can never have too many vats. Now, let's get some lighter skin tone on Macintosh here. Hey there, Sectorix, how you doing? So Sectorix, it's been a long time since we used just the standard handles here, right? So again, these are from Battlecraft Supplies. And this is kind of the main configuration right here. Of course, we've used them in a lot of weird ways here on the channel. But yeah, this is kind of the more standard look of the, again, from Battlecraft Supplies. Glad that you're doing well there, Sectorix. So yeah, Sectorix, we did a batch of 4 of them last night. We had Very Upset Lady here. We also had Mayor Bilbo's Shenanigans. We also had Farmer Maggot here. And now we realize that we're going to have the Shenanigans. He's going to be the mayor of Lower Shiretown. The mayor of Upper Shiretown is going to be... his name is going to be... let's see, was it Mayor McCheese? That's right. So here's the 2 other ones that we've been working on our stream here. Well, that sounds very tasty, Sectorix. That sounds very tasty indeed. I still have not gotten any other bamboo printers. Would really like to. The one decision that was made is just to go with the digital books for the new MESPG and just leave it there, so that we at least have the new rules, the new army lists and such. Which again, I figured they were going to be kind of in that legendary Legion style, and it sure seems that way. So Sectorix, given the price tag on those and the fact that we are pretty much going to have all of them in STL form, probably sooner rather than later, we'll just be taking a pass on all of that stuff. I certainly don't need any more Rohan houses. We might have 1 or 2 or 20 of them between what we made on stream and printed out, so we're all good to go there. So we've got our kind of greenish skin tone there for the 5 o'clock shadow. Let's build up some more of this. I was just asking some questions about, was it EPUB version 3, I guess, because that's what you need to be able to read the PDFs or something, I guess, well, on a mobile device. So we'll snag those after the stream. I mean, it's not like those are gonna go out of stock. Yes, if a digital version goes out of stock somehow, then something weird's going on. Surface tension, that actually, well, remember how hard it was to find, well, at least decent ones? And more than just, say, the big three? That actually doesn't really surprise me, surface tension, given how, now maybe it's different this year, but it was, remember how difficult it was to find any sculpts for that? It was crazy. So yeah, Sectorix, given the fact that it also wiped out everything that we've been painting here over the last year and a half, again, that's another reason why we're just going to be kind of doing our own thing here. That was pretty much the intent from the get-go anyways. I'm pretty sure they're not doing a Middle-earth War at Sea version, so we're good to go there. We have that's going to be one of our original things. Can't wait to get to that. That's going to be very fun. So again, just getting some different skin tones here on Macintosh. Yeah, surface tension. It's one of those things where your search it's going to make your search history much more questionable than it needs to be. Now let's get some lighter stuff here on our apples. Come on. There we are. Let's lighten up our not that much. A little bit more of our perline red back into that. Actually, Sectorix right now, was it Make It Epic Basing? Has a wee bit of a sale going on with some of those fabulous basing bit STLs. I put a few things in the cart. I think of the bamboo trees was when I was really hoping to get. There's a few other ones that would be helpful. But yeah, hoping I get those the bamboo ones. That would be very fun. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't remember what the other ones are right now. Is this going to be light enough for... Yeah, okay, there we go. Blending brush, where you at? Any brush can be a blending brush. We'll just use that one. Any more light there? Yeah, a little bit more light over here. On these apples, something over there. Now we're going to backtrack here to our, that's that rose madder. That's one of those Richardson colors. Whoop, not that shelf, this shelf. Is this it? That is it. So yeah, the rose madder. Oh, and by the way, 2 hours, 15 minutes ago, none of these figures had any paint on them whatsoever. So yeah, Sector, I'm looking forward to seeing, especially I think what Diwali and Dandelion and Middle Earth do with the new Actually, Dandelion and Middle Earth hasn't done a Karn Doom stuff yet. I think it's only, well, let's see. I think Kurzlik also did some. So we'll see what happens with printing goes ever on. Yeah, surface tension. Again, they tend to have more of that linseed oil in them, but you know, we deal with it. Of course, these right here, we're going to be trying a little video where we mix this in there and see if it makes a difference on the dry. Actually, let's do another daily test on this and see. Nope, that is not dry yet. Nope, not even close. So yeah, this is on at least 2 weeks or so. Obviously, if we had used the fast mat alongside with those, that would have cut down the drying time, but still, that's a bit excessive as far as drying time goes. Nice to see you again there, Paint Meets Plastic. Welcome back, and happy Sunday. The surface tension, just I'm trying to think. There's the Puro Orange, the Endanthrin Blue, the Ice Blue, of course, which we call Radiant Indigo. Those are kind of, those have been some kind of frontline Richardson colors. There's also a, Richardson is the only other company that has asphaltum. Not that it's the same as, say, the Gamlin version. I think it's safe to say that the asphaltum it's almost like the Payne's gray of browns. There's like 12 different colors mixed in there to make it, and every company mixes different colors to get that. I don't think we want to go a whole lot lighter with the red. If anything, we might go darker with that. Surface tension, the other day, I was hoping that I could just find, well, after the marble dust, I actually thought about putting, well, when I was reading about this, I thought this was marble dust. I was actually thinking about taking marble dust and mixing it with our linseed oil to see if I could make my own white. Well, basically maybe not fast matte white, but a reasonably fast white. And it certainly would be matte because, again, the marble dust. So again, Paint Meet Plastic, great to have you here. I hope that you're having a fabulous start to your Sunday, and hopefully your Saturday was magnificent. Well, that is significantly lighter than, well, we did the darker glazy things on that. On the basket. Oh, Rico, I have to send you some pictures. It arrived too late for me to take any pictures of it before, but the first of those, basically, what would you call those mineral mugs arrived, where it's made out of either bauxite or malachite or whatever. Very rough hewn, but it did. Remember, I was wondering, okay, what's the interior like? Well, the interior does have it's not removable, but it is a piece of like a tin or metal cup in there, so it's very much drinkable and washable. Well, paint meets plastic. I hope that you have yourself a fantastic paint session. Hope you get lots done, but hopefully you also have lots of fun doing it. For sure. Lots of fun. Whoops, gotta be a little more judicious here on how we're plant the light to the basket here. Yeah, this is not our lightest lights. Yeah, recoil. It was something that I know Kathy would have really liked. I was showing him to my brother because again, he's the one that still has his paleontology board. He was actually gonna donate a few of his fossils to the channel here because this is also a geology and paleontology channel here. So he's gonna grab some of his trilobites and some of the ferns and some of the ginkgo leaves. Because both of us, while we were kids, we went to Thornton Quarry and we dug fossils out of Thornton Quarry. Because, of course, millions of years ago, this very area was actually a shallow inland ocean. So, yeah, you go to Thornton Quarry, you can dig up essentially fossilized, basically tropical ocean critters. Chief among them, trilobites. And it puts things in perspective for you when you realize that, again, well, and then, of course, this area was covered by about 1.5 miles of glaciers. Hence the whole Great Lakes. No glaciers, no Great Lakes. Yeah, let's lighten this up here too. And I do believe that the Great Lakes contain 20% of the world's freshwater supply. And probably 90% of the world's lake effect snow. So Sectorix, hopefully, I know you had your printer locked in and everything. Hopefully that is behaving as it should. I'm sure that it probably is. And of course, Sectorix, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do so. It's, of course, great to have you here, as always. Surface tension, I do believe that's what most of your village is right now, a shallow inland ocean. Let me get a little bit more of our... Oh, we didn't get any of that down here on this hand. Well, at least not on the inside portion. Now, let me see. Do we want to try and do the red checkerboard on him or the green checkerboard? That would be fun. Let me just see if this will work out. It might be a little too tiny to do. But we're going to try it anyways. So 1000 Young says that The Great Lakes are definitely better than the meh lakes. Yeah, not people don't really want to go. The tourist injury and the industry in the meh lakes is not very good, is it, Thousand Young? Actually, Rottweiler. One of the things, and I would, I guess, bucket list. Maybe that's the word. I still want to do the Mackinac Island race. I would settle for just being a grinder. I'll just sit there and I'll just be grinding the sheets. Every time you're tack, it's like, okay, time to hit the grinders there. Get those sheets pulled in. Get those things trimmed. I'm glad that's working well there, Sectorix. So Sectorix, I wasn't sure if you had any sort of a guess or anything like that when maybe Bamboo might reveal it's like, hey, the reason why all this stuff is on sale is because we've got ourselves a new giant printer coming out. Yeah, let's get that down there, and now let's just do this. Also over here. Whoops, let me carry that over the top. Like so. Oh, as soon as the last week of December. I was wondering, Sectorix, if it could be as long as, say, March or something like that. February, March, something like that. The other question I had for you, Sectorix, is, and it doesn't always follow this pattern, sometimes not at all, but do you think that, say, your existing X1, P1, and all that would drop further in price with the announcement of new sets of printers, or would they just keep it at that price level till they're all just basically that stock is gone? Because that's the other question that inquiring minds want to know. I am happy, Sectorix, that now we finally have some actual winter temperatures. It means that the area that I set up with the printers being right by the heat vent and everything, that is actually working like a charm. So Sectorix, the details on that, right, were pretty wild. In his armor and such, right, where you could see all the intricate little carved details. So Sectorix says that Bamboo might take the GW approach. Yeah, that would definitely be the Games Workshop approach. Now we're going to get these darker green out. So that essentially is like what we did here, right on that. We have the darker green in some of those areas. Then we will attack this once again with some of our lightest lights. Where are we at here? Okay. It's going to have to hold him this way, I think. Like that. Do this. And now those darker dots down in here. Also over here. There we go. Oh, and we're gonna also need to get some dark around the buttons there too. So now let's. Ooh, no, wait. Time out. Time out. All right. Let me get you cleaned up there. And let's get our lightest light if we can. Thanks, Jet. Appreciate that. It was originally what I was going to do here, but that turned into polka dots. So it turned into polka dots. So I thought, well, let's try to do the gingham stuff here. I mean, let's just choose the smallest critters to do it on too, right, Jet? Because what could possibly go wrong? Let's just choose some hobbits, and true scale hobbits at that, instead of the. I know there are certain hobbits that have burly, but yeah, that would be. I think it's the the sheriff hobbits or something like that. I think they actually have burly. Well, at least in the old game they did. Don't know what's going to be happening in the new version, but wow, yes, we can get a whole lot lighter there. Also, we need to give him his eyes is here. Let's do that. And now we make his shirt lighter in between these areas. Letting that mix with what's already there, though. So Sector X, unfortunately, price-wise, it is well beyond anything. Again, if since I have, I'm sure, this next month, at least 2 of my Lord of the Rings digital sculptors will have something that would serve at least as the characters that are in the box. And some folks, they don't really. I know they're trying to make it look like the anime, and a lot of them are like, doesn't even look like the anime. Hey there, how you doing, Mel? Nice to see ya. Happy Sunday. Again, it all works out just fine. Because, well, all of our Hobbitses that we've been doing, right? These are all from the Printing Goes Ever On, and also the same release had the bases, the same release had the Hobbit Holes. So it all comes up a rosé for moi. I'll take it. I'm very pleased that I can support them and that they give me all kinds of really nifty options. Again, like the terrain. So Mel, I'm glad that you're having a good start to your Sunday. We've been having a blast here. Again, deciding. Now again, here is the. This is what the. Oh, this is the mayor of Upper Shiretown. So that is Mayor Bilbo's shenanigans. And of course, well, we have Farmer Maggot here too. There's Farmer Maggot, and of course, I think Delilah there is not too happy. And where's oh, here we go. Here is that is Henrietta Hammerwell, with of course a little chicken right there. And actually, this is not Little Leggy. We already have Little Leggy. Oh, this is Macintosh. This guy right here. This guy is Macintosh. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Armored Wolf posted. You'll see the new Hobbit holes there. Again, now these pictures don't have all the grass and the flock and the foliage on them. That's why we're painting some hobbitses here. And of course, I believe on Thursday we're going to be continuing with our ornaments. This here is Arda. Oh look, there's Shiretown right in there, right by the Brandywine River. Ah, that's great, Mel. Well, Mel, if you wanted to share any of that in chat, please go ahead. If you got any Insta or Discord links of that and you want to share those, I'm glad that you're able to work on that and have some fun. Yeah, do some with these here buttons. You know what? Let me get a little bit of our yellow on that, more the Indian yellow. Let's try this. Also, minus the big old piece of fuzz on that brush. So, buttons. So again, now Macintosh gonna have some buttons on his coat. Short Mail, go ahead and post yourself an Insta link there, and everybody, please again go check out the link that Mel is gonna post. Does he have a belt buckle there? I don't know. I think so. Trying to get the little buttons on his shirt here. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link. Check that out. So Mel, good luck getting the roof done and such. You know what? Is this pretty sure that's supposed to be a trowel there in his hand. Not a kitchen knife, but a trowel. Hopefully this should be some lighter skin tone for him. Yeah, we kind of have all the same value going on right there. Now that's fantastic, Mel. And again, please check out that link. Some really unique stuff there from Mel. Little bit, there we are. Too hard of an edge. Blending brush to the rescue. Oh, I did print out some Hobbit furniture, by the way. Yes, we have some furniture now for Hobbit Holes. Still, I definitely have to print out more. And we really get a little bit more there. And now let's lighten this up one more time. Again, on the knuckles here. Also over here. Blending brush. This here. And let me take my a little bit thinner, mix this together here. Try and lighten up this hat just a bit, just a little bit there. Oh, let's do this. There we go. So yeah, all of the on the Instagrams, that's all of the finished Hobbit holes there. Again, we painted up 6 of them, and now because these are all before we added the flock, the foliage, the static grass, and everything. All these now have been well flocked. And of course, on Monday we'll be getting back to our 3D printed 1/1800 scale ships. Because and we've made a pretty good dent on that IJN. I think we're at least 7 painted ships in now, something like that. Speaking of 3D printed ships, we also do have the Printing Goes Ever On. Oh, again, it was their Corsair ship. We are using it as an Easterling ship. And again, Sector X, that's why I'm not too worried about following the GW stuff, since we're going to be doing Middle-earth War at Sea, combining the War of the Ring board game as a strategic AI kind of a simulation there, setting up different battles of MESBG. So see you later there, Surface Tension. Thanks for being here as always. Sorry that it is raining yet again there. Here's hoping you catch a little bit of a break with that. See, maybe do a button over there. His shirt, cross that over. We need to get some of our Van Dyke brown here. I might just use some thinner here. Plop that down there. We'll do some glazes. You know what? Some of the asphaltum too. Why don't we use that? Again, we're using regular oil paints out of the tubes here. And there we go. Now we're just going to get some pin line wash things going on here. We got to get to these flagstones. Now let's do that. Maybe a little bit of the green in there too. Oh, look at that. See how that is all mixing. So kind of what as we like to call it, the post-glaze instead of the pre-glaze. Another stone over here. Leave no stone unturned. And we'll take some of our fast matte white, some of our, a little bit of our blue there. So we're going to try and set up a bluish gray now in some spots on our flagstones here. More of that here. I mean, that area is in shadow there, so maybe we don't want to do a whole lot of lighter stuff right there. But boy, that already makes a big old difference. Speaking of grays, try and get some of that on his pants here. Blending brush. We'll use this one. And we're just going to take that and we're just going to yank that over this way. Same deal this way. Again, instead of layer after layer after layer, put some color on there. Take a blending brush, push that around. In addition to the speed of just painting it, it's also going to take a heck of a lot less time to dry because there's just not as much paint. Hashtag less is more. More is way too much. Well, Sector X, that's That is a monstrous price savings right there. That is one heck of a savings for sure. Taking our blending brush to it here. Blending brush again. Almost a bit more of almost a reflected sort of light there. Yeah, Citrix, that is a pretty amazing price. When you get sub $20 on almost any kind of resin, especially one that's really, really good, that's like you say, you can't beat it. Wow, that's I didn't think it would be quite that light on this chapeau there. I mean, we got a blending brush, so I'm not worried about that. Got some more little plant stuff going on down there on that road trail path. Sectrix, I was wondering if it's still sort of a thing where resin has an expiration date. You can't just go, I'm just going to stock up on 3 years worth of resin. This price is so good, I'm going to get enough to last me 3 years. Because it probably, I don't know if it's still the case that most resins after a year basically not going to work so well. Well, that answers that question. 2 years at least. So that is even better there, Sectorix, because then you can, what would you say, buy in bulk without too much worry. Yeah, I tried to explain that to Kathy's family that I can't just buy a bunch of resin and just sit on it for years and years to come. That doesn't work so well. Doing a little bit of lighter color on the hair, just a smidge. Okay, so that is number 3 now. Oh, wait a minute, there's number 4. Look at that. Get another base by Printing Goes Ever On. Let me see what we want to do with this. Maybe we'll try to get some lighter skin tones on here first, though. Sectorix definitely, but when you're doing it on an industrial level, like we do, right, that, like all of that is just like a few months supply. It's not like you got yourself a 10-year supply. You'll go through that super fast. For a second there, I thought this character almost had boots on. I'm thinking, what Hobbit is wearing shoes? Scandalous. Yeah, sectors. I mean, you can hollow things out, but still, it's gonna use a little bit of resin, right? Even with things being hollowed out. And hollowing stuff out is not always the best option. You think, wow, that'll save paint, save resin and everything else. Well, sort of, maybe. Let me see if I can do a similar thing here with the asphaltum. We'll just start doing some glazy things here. So again, the asphaltum on the hair. Let's do the scabbard here. sash. Where's the rest of that? Ah, that's what's over here. Okay. That's what that is. Ooh, let's darken up this arrow right here. Now, let me see if we can... Oh, is that a... We're going to say that's not an apron, so... We're just going to try and get some more of this lighter violet here on the clothes if we can. Might even just go straight with the radiant violet. We got it here. Why not just use that? Here, let's break it down a little more, though. Let's break that down some more. So again, we're using the fabulous Battlecraft supplies, miniature holders. They come in so many different configurations. I mean, here's a whole different one that we used for painting. This is one I just kind of jerry-rigged myself there. But lots of different ways you can use these. We've been using them for our terrain. No way we'd be getting our terrain painted without those. No way, shape, or form. Let me see. Yeah, let's do that on the other side here again. Just taking the in this case, the radiant violet here. Now let's get that on the sleeve here. On that sleeve. Over here on this sleeve now. Ooh, yeah, on the elbow here. What do we got here? More of our, again, radiant violet. Gonna catch some of these folds here. I think that's a belt right there, so we'll let this go. Don't have to be super careful with this, because again, well, blending brush will do even more mixing. We can still go lighter than this. Light as this looks, it's not actually our lightest light. So as you can see here, super precision with the brush strokes there, right? Because we're going to just take this here brush and we will mash all that together. More of that very light violet, and then the blending brush again. Hashtag no layers. Basically the miniature becomes your palette. Hey there, Night Whisper, how you doing? Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. Of course, Night Whisper, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. And again, where's our other three that we have been working on here? There's a... There we go, right there. So not one, not two, not three, but four little hobbitses. So Night Whisper, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. Night Whisper also does the oil paint, so please give Night Whisper a follow. I'm just grabbing myself a cough drop here. Here's our... I think this is our brush right here. Again, so great to see you there, Night Whisper. we can go even lighter if we get our fast matte white mixed in with this radiant violet here. And yeah, throw in some of that here. Some more of that light down in there. So this is a very teensy little Hobbit archer. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. Now we're going to do a pin line wash type of deal with this. Up in here. Like so. Everybody please check out that Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. And again, please give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, hopefully you've been able to make a lot of progression on your different things that you're working on. And that's some fabulous figures from Christine Van Patten. So that is Moonlight Minis. Everybody check out Moonlight Minis. They've got 3D printed figs on their Etsy that you can get. They also have just regular STL files if you can print them yourself. You can get the STL files. That Venetian red is pretty nifty stuff, right, Night Whisper? That is really nifty stuff. That's another one of those richest in colors. I think, do we have it up here? Well, of course, that's the pure orange. And there's that Venetian red, which is the only other color that's vaguely like Terra Rosa. I mean, there's a lot of Mars red, but very few things that are like Terra Rosa. You know what? I will get me some of that rose matter into this. Do that. And then we're going to just have to let this set for a little while. That's okay, because we got 3 other Hobbits that we can mess around with. Let's go back to our carrot guy here. Yeah, Night Whisper, it has that oranginess that just nothing else does. All those Mars Reds, I mean, not like we don't like them, but they really don't have that extra zip to them, do they? Not really. Getting my thinner boom over there. Some Van Dyke brown, some of the Perlene black. That's gonna hit these. Minus that piece of fuzz. There we go. Now our little bits of foliage also have some dark on them. All we had there was pretty much a light middle tone. Not much of anything else. Do we have... Oh yeah, here we are. So this is the Winsor Newton Terra Rosa, and you can really see the oranginess there. Again, versus the typical Mars red type of color, which again is okay, and we've done skin tone with that too, but it's not quite the same. Thanks, Night Whisper. On the stream last night, we were saying that this guy is going to be Bilbo Shenanigans. He's the mayor of Upper Shiretown. The mayor of Lower Shiretown is going to be Mayor McCheese because he's going to have a big cheese production facility. Yeah, he's going to have a whole bunch of piles of cheese wheels around him, and he's going to be called Mayor McCheese because reasons. Little bit of dark there under the no, we never did get the dark on his feet there. A little indication of something in between the toes. Blending brush. Where's my there's my little tiny blending brush. Now, how are we looking here? Is this set a little bit more? It does look like it has. Now, so again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. And again, please give Night Whisper a follow. A bit more on the top up there. Gotta get some really heavy duty. Oh, there's a little shroom. There's a little shroom over there. There is a wee little shroom here. And some leafy bits. We'll do that the same way we did those little leaves right there. Our radiant green, a little bit of our orange here. And then we'll hit these with that darker green, just like we did the other ones. Is there some more of them over here? Yeah, there's some more of them right over there. Keep going with this green here. So 3 hours ago, all 4 of these miniatures were devoid of paint. We're not saying, we're just saying the oils really help make things go a whole lot faster. Yeah, we'll keep going with that green. Then we'll hit it with the darker Perline Black and Van Dyke Brown mix like we did over there. Anything? Is there another leaf over there? There is. She's actually standing on it. Now we'll get rid of this one here. We'll use not this one. This is the one here. And get around these leaves here. That's going to make these stand out a whole bunch more. See what that little separation that we're going to get there. Down into here. Now I might take a quick little refresher of my medicine, because we're just about out of medicine. Also, it's going to give these glazes here a chance to set up, and sometimes it's as little as 5-15 minutes. Sometimes it's best if you just kind of let it sit there and again just set up for maybe an hour or so. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate you posting is it the Patreon page? Yes, it is. what was it, just a Thursday, right? We posted the latest video to the Patreon page. Alright, so yeah, we're going to let that set for just a few minutes there. Again, we are going to be just going to refresh our medicine and we shall return. So don't anybody go anywhere. We will be right back, just like the sign says here. Never did get a chance to do the eyes on our. Let's see. Yeah, let's do the eyes there. I mean, we have the eyes, we don't have any of the pupils. Might also try to do a little something more on the lips. I don't know if that's quite the. Yeah, that was a little more beat up than what we want. So Thousand Young, I'm glad that you could hang out again tonight. Appreciate you being here. Alright, you know what, I'm gonna spin that away. I'm gonna take some of the paint off of that brush. And we're gonna roll like that. Okay, that was not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Now let's see if we can do some eyes here. on there. Other one there. Okay, so looking off to that side like we were looking for. And a touch more there. Okay, that definitely makes a big old difference. So Night Whisper, I hope that you were able to have a fantastic Thanksgiving. So happy Thanksgiving to you. Not sure if I actually had a chance to say happy Thanksgiving. Oh, that was the other thing that I wanted to do. I'm gonna see if I can just scare up. I wanted to see what the eyes and such. So let's see what happens when we type in this. Oh, okay. I'm glad I did that because we weren't too far off on our colorations there, on our little hand. We're pretty close. We are pretty close there. Let me get a bit more dark for the eye. So we need to get some more orangey stuff happening here, I think. I mean, there's all different colorations. There's not just the one. No problem there, Night Whisperer. But I need to get me some lighter stuff happening here. Maybe the yellow. Some of the white together. Breaking that down. So lighter on the beak there. Eyes are pretty dark, but then there's this kind of light around the eyes here. So we were right to be doing the lighter stuff here. And we can still go lighter than that if we want, but I don't think we want to go a whole bunch lighter. So there's, obviously we have not just the bases that have these critters on them, but we also have, Printing Goes Over on did do a whole bunch of farm animals. Some roosters and cows. Yeah, Night Whisper, we weren't quite sure how it was going to play out given all the circumstances, but I think ultimately it ended up working out as the best it possibly could, really, again, under the circumstances. So we'll take it as a win for sure. So Sectorix, I figured that you weren't going to be getting any of the new MESBG stuff either, well, especially since, well, you could even sculpt it yourself if you wanted to, so I know you don't need to bother fooling around with that. You know what, let me get a little bit of that pure orange in here. Got some of the Indian yellow in there. And that's not necessarily a pin line wash, or I guess maybe it's a slight bit of a glaze. Yeah, Sectorix, the prices of that just sadly too high. Ooh, you know what? I could dip some of this orangey on there. Okay. So I think that is going to work out a little bit better. Now let me get some of the lighter red on this chicken right there. Okay, so that made a big difference. Now what about the lower lip here? We gotta lighten it up now. I needed that to set for a bit. There we go. Bingo. That's what we needed. That is what we needed. Now let's get some lighter skinny tones on the face here and such. And the arms, the fingers. The face here. So again, the nifty thing about the printing goes ever on is they don't just have, okay, 4, 5, 10 miniatures, whatever. There's also the customizer, which means you can print out a whole bunch of different heads and bodies and the kind of the war gear that they would have. And now you could have literally a couple of hundred completely unique hobbits. Now, yeah, Sictrix, especially with that ability to print out infinite amounts. And there is plenty, again, of sculptors out there doing some really great stuff. I mean, in addition to all of our Lord of the Rings stuff, we've got Archvillain. We've got, I can never remember if it's Mini Monster Mayhem or Monster Mini Mayhem. We also have Highland Miniatures, Titan Forge. Highland Miniatures, Titan Forge, they tend to do armies every month. And we have used those in a lot of our army painting series. And then, of course, well, we got things like Make It Epic Basing that do all those really nifty bits. And they do have essentially a Black Friday sale going on right now. I think it's till December 2nd. So get those while you still can. Well, we have a dramatic difference in the size of the fletching on the arrows and the quiver versus the arrow that's notched here. Gonna catch a little bit of light there. And even with our tiny little 18-0 liner, kind of doing almost a bit of dry brush stuff. But remember, with the oils, when you do the dry brushing, you're also wet blending, which is super cool. It's the driest wet blending you're ever going to do. I wonder. Now let me wait on that for a sec here. I was thinking of doing another darker glaze on the tree down there, but I think we ought to wait just for a sec there. I might have to get some more of my fast matte white. Let me see what we can roll with this. I think we can. Trying to get some eyes on her here. A little tough to get to because of where they're at. Get a few little lights maybe on the violet over here as well. Yeah, well, that was our radiant violet that we used. Ironically enough, this color here, something like the ghostly wedding dress or something like that. That's it's something with Hera where it's kind of a terror-causing thing, I believe, something like that. And back to the might even get a little bit of our, well, basically Egyptian violet into that too. There's a, gonna bring back some of these folds a little bit later here. If we can. Now that, just gonna actually blend that with what's already there. We have a little bit of our glaze, a dot of glaze on there too. And taking that, just doing a little bit of wet blending to it. I wonder, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna add a little bit more of darker violet to that. Get that down into some of these yeah, I think I needed to darken that a little bit. So Mayor McCheese, he owns a big cheese manufacturing. He has a big dairy farm, does lots of cheese manufacturing, and he is the mayor. He's the mayor of Lower Shiretown, which is actually the high class place. Upper Shiretown, that's the poor part, and Mayor Shenanigans here, he owns the big giant tavern. So that's his deal. And try and get a lead. That's almost more like a mid-tone right there. Now let's go back to the later stuff and let's see what sort of difference that is gonna make. That would be the radiant violet here. On that sleeve, and then we've got these folds over here. Also trying to do our thin over thick and vice versa here. Going to be a little tricksy because, well, we also have that that stump in the way. No problem there, Mel. Definitely feeling a little bit famished here too. Is it? Well, it's we're starting to work our way towards 3 in the morning here. So Rottweiler, are you doing more Viking stuff with recoil there tonight? Well, this morning, I guess. Not so much tonight. I'm gonna... not that much thinner. So yeah, Mel, I never quite know if the time changes, right? Because we just, not all that long ago, had our whole fallback thing, and I never quite know how those line up. Because seems like different regions will do that. If they're going to do the daylight savings time, they kind of do that at different different portions in November, not the same. Trying to get me a little bit more of that light there on these folds. Also over here. Let me lighten up that sleeve a little too. Little band in the hair. Even just that little bit makes a difference. Now we need to get some of our red on the skin tone here. It also might even act as a little bit of a foil to the fletching on that arrow. Let me see if I can sneak this down in here. Now we got the little shroom over here. Maybe we will do our little red polka dots on that one. Just for the heck of it. Maybe a little lighter color on that skin too. Definitely gotta get some kind of lighter color on that cheek. On the lips, now I gotta get some darks on the eye. That'll be a little bit complicated there. Let me get the Payne's Gray. This is the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, so really more like an indigo. Hey there, Manuel. Nice to see ya. Happy Sunday and all that. Hopefully today you are not commuting to university or to work. But great to see you again. I hope that you do it super well. You know what? I'm going to darken that arrow a little. Also, I think that's another strap right there. I'm going to darken down that strap. Nope, I need the violet for the rest of this. Can take in that violet, maybe there we need to do a little bit of a darker glaze there to really get that going. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. Now what I gotta do is maybe take this green and mix it with this, and then we'll try and get a lighter color on this strap. Not a ton lighter, just as a little bit. I'm gonna try, let me get that Mars Yellow Jeep. I guess we can go a little bit further with that, maybe even get some of the fast matte white in there. Now we're talking. Well, we all know how much everybody loves moving. That just, it's always never an easy process. Even when you try really, really hard to make it an easy process, just ends up not being so easy. Here's hoping that goes really well. Maybe try a little bit of light on those things, and now I'm going to try to go and get some of this yellow here. Mix that with our fast mats. Let's see what kind of stuff we can do with this too. Kind of breaking that down here. See what we can do with this quiver over here. Then again, 3 hours, 30 minutes ago, none of our other miniatures had any paint on them. They all were just primer like this. Just this kind of dark brown primer. That's all they were. Don't blink. It happens quick. It happens very quickly. We never did get the lighter stuff on the arrows on the other side. We'll have to do that too. Just trying to get these leather straps with a little bit of lighter color on them. Now for the here. Grab the orange here. With some of, a little bit of our, whoop, that was too much thinner on that brush. Oh look, it's almost as if we had an eraser. There was too much thinner on that brush. We'll also take some of the paint out of there. Might even do another darker glaze after this with that, we'll take those at the rose madder. Oh, brown madder. We actually have to get that color out. And now that we have actual rose madder, we also have purple madder. That is another really interesting color. Another one of those brown madder, purple madder. Those are not very expensive colors. Oddly enough, rose madder is, well, it's a series 3. It's not incredibly expensive. Also not super cheap either, though. Let's see what we got going on here with this orange. There. Up here. Little something here on the back of her head. We need some on the top of her head too. Let's turn this over and get some lighter stuff in here. And maybe limit that on the bow here. It's a little something there. So it's manual. Hopefully, again, you can get through that process there as quick as possible. And not really have to worry about that anymore. Get some of that on her feetses. Now I'm going to try and get some of the Perline Black and Van Dyke Brown together. And we're going to go real dark here around our vegetation. There. Maybe not a little bit more, just the Van Dyke Brown. Less of the Perline Black, that's that dark green. More of the Van Dyke Brown. We wanted to get some darks over here on the little stump here. Whoops, not with that, with this. There we go. So we just kind of mashed a little bit together there. Now let me see if we can do some of, no, we'll let that set. Let's let that set. In the meantime, with our maybe darker red here, see if we can do some lips or something. There, okay, and a little bit of more of the pink on the cheek there. I think we got that more like what we wanted. Now let's get some of that, and maybe our Indian yellow. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting. It's not an amber color. It's got a little bit of reddishness to it. Let's throw that on the hair, which will darken that up in a few places strategically. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the Instagram links there. Let me do this. You know what? I might get a little bit of that on the quiver there too. Maybe even on the bow. See again now if we can do some eyes on this. Stick with this same deeper blend. Better break that down. There's a little too much junk in that. Now, which way do we want her looking here? I think this way. So that one's good. That one went a little bit farther down than I was wanting. So we'll have another stab at that. Where's the fast matte white? We'll just use some of this over here. Try that one again. No, it almost got it. Almost got it. Now let's try this again now. One more try. Okay, and then usually the enemy of good is better. Actually, the mortal enemy of good is better. The enemy of completion is perfection, right? Not the no such thing anyway. There really is really is no such thing as perfection. Making that maybe even a little bit darker right there. I'm gonna maybe go a little lighter on the hair. Let me grab some of this. See how this is gonna work. Right up here. Yeah, that actually does work reasonably well. Come on, a little bit more over here. Up here. Now, oh, that is that's settled nicely, so I can get back into that and put some lighter stuff here into the stump. All we had there was some of our initial dry brush. That was it. Now we'll get some more going. Now, so trying to we had some fun doing the gingham here. That was pretty fun. And of course, well, here's Macintosh. We'll have to get some lighter colors on the apples too, I think. Yeah. We'll have to get us those lighter stuff on the apples. I'm not going to make those, not going to put a green or anything like that in there. Might be able to go a little lighter here again on the stump Just a couple of places here. Just about there with that. Maybe you mix some of the asphaltum with this color to get something a little later there. Again, we're going to be doing lots of flock and foliage there. Anyways, radiant green. Some of these little leaves down here. Especially these guys that are not underneath the figure. So again, the figure and bases all are from the Printing Goes Ever On. They do just lots of tremendous stuff. And it's not all Lord of the Rings themed. He also has like an RPG fantasy sort of thing. Because he knows that weird things can happen with MESPG, and they sort of have. Now with the new rules and all that. Did we ever get... We never really got our super dark green over here. We'll have to maybe hit that next here too. Little rock over here. Take some of our blues, some of our Van Dyke brown. Does make kind of a nice grayish color. We might even get some of that over here on the stump. Yes, not brown, but a bluish gray that we're going to use to put a little light there. Because remember, wood's really not that kind of, that intense brown. It's that way when it's been treated and stained and everything, and then you see it at Home Depot or Menards or whatever, one of those places. Yeah, it's not really, not quite like that in nature. Do I want to get... Yeah, I need to get some of that really light stuff going on with the fletching on the arrows, especially towards the back, because we have no light on that fletching whatsoever. I think this we pretty much did that already. I'm just gonna have to lighten up that arrow again. That's much lighter than what we want, so we're just gonna pretty much wipe it away. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. The arrows, yeah, a little bit more light there. Maybe also something on the quiver right there. Okay, so we'll set you aside. Where's Macintosh here? Because he needs, again, some lighter stuff going on with those apples. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Hopefully, we'll be able to post a new vid to the YouTube channel tomorrow, and that will can be one of our 1/1800 scale ships. It's this into our Perline red. Yeah, into our Perline red. Let's do that. That's pretty light. Just trying to get this big, I'm just going to take a paper towel and get that out of there. Be a lot easier. Alright, let's get some of this light on the apples here. Maybe we could go a little lighter than that. Also here. Might even use a little bit of this on Macintosh here. Blending brush, always at the ready. I think I need to get some of that up on his shoulders here, a little bit of that lighter, lighter burgundy type color. And there. Maybe a little, yeah, a little bit more down here too. I mean, we could put some texture on this if we wanted to. I don't think we're gonna do that. I know the texture thing is all the rage. All the cool kids do that. But not only is this, a tiny 28mm fig, it's also a Hobbit, so it's going to be even that much smaller. Now, let me see if I can get some lighter skin tone on him here. Gotta get a little bit of the orange back into this. Maybe even more of our light. Let's see what happens with this. That might just be what I need there. Might also throw some a little bit lighter on the pants too. Alright, let me, there's actually some greenery in there. Let me get this perline black and some of the radiant green mixed together. To get that. And now maybe let me take the, again, that the radiant turquoise, mix it with some of our, trying to basically make almost something like an ice blue here. I'm going to try and lighten up a couple of these. Not sure they're really flagstones, but some kind of paving stones. They're pretty rough. I think we need to push that a little further in this way. And then I might try to get those. See what happens if we can make them a little bit lighter, maybe. Like this, a little bit more of our white in there. Right along that. Also over here. Blending brush. Always got that ready. It could just be any old brush. Generally, either a beat up craft brush or some kind of brush that's a little bit softer. Also a brush that doesn't have any paint on it. Maybe we'll use the same thing for some of the latest light on his trousers here. Maybe also his hat. Let's get the hat band a little later too, maybe even the top of it. That's all just kind of dark. Blending brush again. Like so. Let me go back to explore something with the a little bit lighter color on his face. I didn't think that would be quite so light on there. His ear needs a little bit. The fingers here. That's too much. Take some of that away. Something more like that. That finger needs a little bit more light to it. Back to this, that's our basically supercharged burnt umber there. Let me get all this stuff out of the brush. A little too much stuff in there. Get that out of there. And that's gonna be more like it, I think. Now, what about something darker in here? The Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the blue. Oh yeah, we can make that darker. Very nifty. Wasn't sure if we could and have it really be noticeable there. Alright, so that brings out the stone texture that much more. Maybe we'll darken that down on his knee there. And again, this is not really a knife. That's more of a trowel right there. Yeah, it's at first I thought it was a knife, almost like a cleaver or something like that. But I looked at it closer. It's like, no, that's not quite what it is. Maybe we'll also add, not this, I'm not quite sure what that is. It's not quite a, almost reminds me of a bit of a crowbar or something. Okay, let me get my paper towel into this here. Get all the paint out of that. Back to, here we go. We've got this guy with his carrots here. I'm gonna try and get some darks on the basket right in here. Pretty good over there. That arrow, I think we need to drop that down a little. And then maybe make the fletching a little lighter. Oh, there's one whole part of the fletching we never did over here, so let's do that. Let's get this going. I might also, yeah, I'm gonna get some more of my fast matte weight out here. First though, I want to get some darks. Especially on his lips here. Alright, that's a little better. Now we're going to go the other way here. Let me get some of this lighter skin tone under there. Come on. No, that's all too much. So we'll try to darken this down again and come back to it. Alright, there you go. Made it darker. And we'll just have to leave that be for a little bit and just mess around with other stuff. Plenty of other stuff that we can do. Do I want to lighten that up some more? Man, I don't think so. Take that down a little. What about our carrots here? Can't really do a whole bunch more with those. Not going to make that any darker of a green. We'll go lighter green on some of these, some of our plants here. Good, I do have a little bit more on my white there. Also some of the yellow, that's the Hansa yellow, that's the fast matte Hansa yellow. That's better. I mean, these kind of almost should be in a little bit of shadow type of a situation because they are underneath them. So I got a little bit of the Indian yellow in there. I'm going to change in that color a little from what we got over here. Then maybe we'll try to make those a little lighter green here if possible. That almost like more like a sideburn type of a thing there. Get a little bit more of our weight down into this. Not going underneath that. That actually I might even get that a little bit darker. Might shade that a little more. Perline black. And look, we do have some of our yellow here too. That's the Indian yellow. There we go. That is now darker. Same over here. I'm gonna go even darker with this green right down in there. Okay, that's that perline black. Used to be a printer's ink years and years and years ago. And then somehow it became a paint pigment. We got ourselves another rock over here. Yeah, let's try and match what we got over there. So again, some of our bluish gray. Very quickly now, that's a whole lot more similar to what we got going on over there. So let me get some fresh fast matte white out here again. This is the stuff from Gamlin. That's the last surviving of the fast matte colors. Clean out that brush. Let's see what this is going to do again. This is now straight up white. I think it's going to be a lot lighter than some of the other colors that are here in his shirt. It is. Which is handy. I really wanted that for say, like the collar here. Maybe even a little bit here on the front of his shirt. Because that was getting a little bit too dark. His rolled up sleeve there. Is that okay? That's buttoned up there, so we'll let that go. And now let's get that little buckle that's that little grommet that's down there. Maybe yeah, let's get some of that on the arrow here too. That was certainly missing some of those really light colors. Okay, maybe a bit more on that fletching. Let's try this one now. Nope, back to this. We gotta get a little something more on that handle too. Might need a little more definition on some of our little birdie right here. And a bit more here. Oh, he's got his little feet over here. They haven't really done any. Yeah, let me look at my references on that here. Okay, they're still reasonably light. Alright. I was thinking maybe they would be darker. Oh, the little things of feed here. We might try to lighten those up too. At least the ones that are out here in the light. Now, when it comes to the ground here, we don't really want to get involved too much with it because we want to use all of our fine flocking foliage there. I'll just put a little something on this. Got blending brush. As you can see, we don't really see the individual brush strokes anymore. And we just do a little tap, tap, tap. We're doing that right now. And then even with the blending brush here, we're not going like this. Straight up and down. So it's just a little tapping motion. That's all we need to do. Maybe get this. Yeah, let's get this edge a little lighter here too. Not that one. I like that being darker. I think, yep, this is what we were using over here. Have to be careful not to get too much of the thinner there, because, well, then it's going to go down in all those little crevices like a pinline wash. Pinline washes are great unless you don't really want one of those. So you gotta keep an eye out how much thinner you're putting on that brush. Mayor McCheese, he's got that very well-known cheese factory going on. He's a I forget what the like a master cheesemaker is called, but he thinks that gives him the right to be the boss of everybody because he knows all about cheese. Let's get some more light on the handle of the hammer here. Little more there, and let's try this again with just a bit more. There we go. It's been a really, really, really long time since I've seen any McDonald's advertisement with what the Hamburglar and all that stuff. Let me try to get some of the Van Dyke Brown over here. Nope, there is too much stuff on that brush. Ah, okay, now that beak is a little bit better. Let me see if I can darken down the bottom of this a little more. Well, of course, right below you want to share your Insta link there. Some of the stuff that you've been painting on stream, please go ahead and do that. Everybody please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Also Recoil. Can we tighten up that edge there? And then down in here we gotta do something else here with some kind of at least mid-tone grays. And then maybe something lighter in a few of these spots here. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of dark, not really a bunch of our really light. Well, that's I wonder if there's any new kind of building styles or building materials there. Well, there's gotta be. Since the last time I saw anybody building stuff, and that was back in 2022. Come on. There we go. That, I'm going to try. Hey, let me get some of my green in here. Now, maybe a little lighter green on the this bandana, headband, whatever this is here. Especially back over here. And then maybe even some lighter hair color too. The Ashlands, I think Mistlands, that was, when I last saw it, Mistlands was new. That was the new thing. Not sure how popular the Mistlands were. Let me get that, again, that lighter hair color on here. Up here too, we're pretty good up there. So you're on the mistlands now. I think it's always what, dark there. You have to basically bring the little miner's light with you. So I was going to stream some of the mistlands tomorrow. Everybody, again, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow so that you can check that out when that happens. I'm going to try to work it a little bit light over there. So again, the base and the figure, all of these, all 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. I guess will you be doing it in kind of your later evening format like you've been doing here the past, it's 3-4 weeks or so? Because I know it's well, pretty early in the morning there. It's 4:26 for you. If it's 3:26 here. Ooh, yeah, a little bit dark on the bottom of that. Clean up around that beak a little. Again, that's some of the asphaltum now into the ground, either arid. Nice to see you there, Arid. Everybody, please give Arid Canwave a follow. Of course, Arid, you want to post your Pinterest link, please go ahead. And hopefully your stream was good today and you were able to get a bunch done on the dice towers, of course. Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Arid Canwave just shared. So yeah, hopefully the stream was very fun, and again, hopefully you're making good progress on your dice towers there. Oh, that's what I still keep forgetting to do, is to go on to My Mini Factory and look for that dragon mug there. That is, I just keep forgetting and forgetting and forgetting. So I think we're going to leave that alone. I'm going to mess with that gingham there. I am going to maybe try to give him a little bit of a shadow that's not necessarily green, but not necessarily a reddish brown either. Kind of somewhere in between here. There we go. Yeah, it was just looking a little too light. Now let me take some of this paint off of the brush here with my paper towel to use it like a blending brush on this lower half there. So now we've got the reflected light. Now that's fantastic, Arid. Again, glad that you could do that. Maybe a little more of this under his lower lip. Let me see if we can do that without making that too pronounced. There we go. That's good. Now, maybe on his schnoz there. And then around his eye. It's another area that got a little bit too light, especially since there's a hat over the top of it. That'd be fantastic there, Arid. Again, I know that it's been a lot of work trying to get through all of these. Maybe darken that down a little. Now I'm going to try to get me some more light over here. So let me try that. Get basically a little bit of reflected light. We got. I might just use this right here. Hopefully there's not a bunch of thinner. That's pretty light. Yeah, there's definitely some. Ooh, definitely reflected light on his face now. That's for sure. Now I'm glad you'll be able to get to that last dice tower. It's been kind of one of those long-term projects, right? Pearline black, some of our lighter green. Trying to do a little bit more of connect the dots there. We sort of have the dots and the white, and not so much of that sort of semi-lighter greener tone that's attaching them all together. Like up here. Might need to do a bit more with our darker green dots on some of these to bring those back. Yeah, here that's always good because all too many times that tends to be the case, right? So glad that's the actual light at the end of the tunnel. Now back to the pearline black here. Because now that I think we've kind of re-established some of where the pattern's supposed to go here. Like there. Also over here. And you kind of have to sometimes pick your spots. And you say, well, I'm going to try and get the area where it's most visible. I'm going to try and really establish the pattern there. Because then the eye sort of fills in the rest. Yeah, it's almost like fill in the blanks or whatever. If you can get enough of that pattern kind of in the most obvious parts. Hey there, Spoon Handle. How you doing? Everybody please give Spoon Handle a follow. So great to see you there, Spoon Handle. I hope that you're doing really well. And of course, Spoon Handle, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. That'd be fantastic. And Spoon Handle, I think, you were painting the Tyranids, right? So again, hopefully that has all worked out really well. We were actually, well, here's what we were painting last night. We were painting these little hobbitses here. We painted 4 of them. And tonight we're painting up 4 more. Here we got these 2 and these 2. So there's a couple of hobbitses there, a couple of hobbitses here. Why do we need hobbitses? Because we painted 6 of these Hobbit Holes on stream. Now again, these pictures don't show all of the flock and foliage and the static grass and all that, but yeah, we did 6 of those guys. So I'm glad things are going really well with the with that so far. Oh, let me see what we want to do with this one over here. I think we got to get some more darks into that. Thanks, Spoon Handle. Really appreciate that. Of course, our next stream is going to go back to some 1/1800 scale ships, so that'll be Monday. We're going to get back to the IJN, I think, and we'll be painting some more of those ships. of course, our Thursday stream, we'll get back to painting our Christmas ornaments. And, well, this one is artist. So, again, there's Hobbit right up there. There's the Shiretown. We'll be painting Ganymede and Callisto, because I think that'll be super fun. Let me get back to, there we go. So I need to get some kind of darker skin tone on here. Maybe with a little bit of our reddish tone also. Then somehow we'll have to get some of our lighter stuff in there too. Alright, we did that. Now we gotta get something a bit lighter. We also have our, fortunately, fresh fast matte white out here. Of course, we're doing this all in oils there. So spoon handle, if you want to share any of the nids or anything like that in the chat there, stuff that you are painting on stream, please go ahead and do that. There's a little too much dinner on there. We gotta get some of that off of that. Okay, we're getting there now. Let's see if I can go even lighter here with this, with the fletching. Oh yeah, we can definitely. Look at that. Let's see if we can go lighter with those fletching there. So 4 hours 22 minutes ago, all 4 of these. No paint on them whatsoever. They looked like, where's there one that's just primer? Yeah, they all looked like this here. So they look a little bit different now. And again, all painted with the oil paints. Start to finish here on the stream, like always. What we start on the stream gets finished on the stream. I think I might lighten up this little bit here on the stump, like you do. I wish I had some of our Tyranids that we painted here, because I did actually a whole painting series on Tyranids where we're using the interference colors. Those were pretty fun, and I think this was our last 40k themed series here, doing these Howling Banshees right here. So I want to, yeah, these leaves over here. Let's do a little something on those. Actually the feet need to be a little bit lighter here too, at least on the toes. Like that. Yeah, you know what, we're gonna get this a little lighter too. Toes. These, yeah, this whole arm, I think on the upper side, going to make that a little lighter here. Blending brush, we'll use this. I think spoon handle, appreciate that. Actually got a vehicles workshop series coming up where we paint an Eldar grav tank. I don't know if it's a wave serpent or not, but it's 3D printed just like this one right here. We had a blast doing that one. Actually, I've done, I think, 2 of those. Oh, the Sherman Russ. That was the first one we did. Yeah, the Sherman Russ. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Can't wait to get to that Eldar grav tank, because I'm going to try and paint basically a spacescape on there. I think that's going to be super fun. What green? Okay, that's got a little bit of the bluishness to it. I think I'm gonna go even darker, maybe. Maybe we can get some of the asphaltum into that. That's gonna make it dark. This is where we really need it. Here. And there. Okay. I know these. This also has the. Well, see you later, spoon handle. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Spoon Handle a follow if you could. I'm going to try and get me a little more shadow right here. Yeah. Let me take a little look-see at this. Gonna move these things. My finger is about to knock those over. So we're gonna move those out of the way. And I want to see what's going on with the vegetation over here. Because I think, yes I can. I can sneak some more dark into here. More of my Van Dyke brown here, and I think I might still need to get some lighter green on this. Let me see this here. The Hansa yellow. This over here, and you know, I still got this white down here. So let's mix those together, see what we got. And do a little something down here. At least those ones out on the edge. And these. I think here we pretty much made those as light as we can. Or maybe not. Maybe we can't. Actually, we can get those a little lighter. Also do these leaves over here. Kind of really haven't done too much on those. I'm going to maybe try to darken down the fur over here. Let me see. Nope, that's not quite. This is what I want. This is actually what we use to make the hair darker. So, we'll do that here on the feet. Maybe try to get a little distinguishment between the individual toes. Yeah, up here we will darken that down, and then we'll come back with our later stuff there. So we're doing that. Must have dark to show the light. So now we've got this. Here's our orange. Maybe a little bit of the fast matte white mixed into it. Now we're getting somewhere. Definitely getting somewhere. A little touch more of our light there. Okay. But oh my goodness, now that it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, well, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours, and we got ourselves 4 Hobbits. I think it's time to, well, I got printing that I have to start. I know that. And I got a video that has to be edited and at least rendered overnight. So I'm going to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. I'm going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We appreciate those. Super helpful. Okay, we will be, I think, going back to our, well, our Armada Mondays. Although, don't be surprised if maybe we're doing some of these on our Armada money. So thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate you being here. And of course, thanks again, Armored Wolf, for doing all those moderations and listen to me ramble and ramble and ramble. Of course, again, it was another fabulous college football Friday and Saturday, and we will be getting more of those. Oh, thanks, Recoil. I know that you gotta make Mom some supper here pretty soon. That's got to be coming. That can't be that far away. And Squeak also is saying, "Hey, what's going on here? Where's the food? Where's the chow?" So thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. Now let's take a little quick look-see at what we've got here. So here's our gingham couple right there. That's pretty hilarious. And two more. So yeah, 4 little Hobbitses again. Appreciate that. I'm gonna get the raid countdown underway here. So thanks so much, Rico. Appreciate you being here. And then again, I'll send you. I got some pictures I think that you'll enjoy of some terrain as well. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll catch you on Monday.